talk you through all this.
TRRS Prashad 11 months of clout.
2, 2, 2. Two. What's up, friends? What's up, friends? Unannounced secret stream. No, it wasn't unannounced. I mean, it's just a normal day, right? I normally stream on this day. Yesterday I was not able to. And here I am, back on schedule. Back on schedule. Oh, no alert. Okay, well. That I can't really control. Alana. Thanks for the 11 months resub on tier 2. Almost an entire year of tier 1, almost an entire year of Alana Nana. Thank you, Alana. Do you stream Thursdays? Yes, I do. Underground stream, for those in the know, a speakeasy in stream form. That's right. You don't get alerts. You don't get alerts. You just hear from a guy who hears from a guy that maybe a stream might be happening. I'm so hyped for Underwater Avatar. Very, very hyped for that. Do you think they'll blow up an oil derrick? Probably. What I do know, I don't know the details of the story, but I do know that classic Avatar characters Jake Sully and Neytiri will be hopefully delivering blows against the evil forces of imperialism and colonialism, neo-colonialism, and extraction capitalism. Should be a new trailer next week. No, should be a new trailer next week. There's a new trailer with the new Doctor Strange movie. I hear they're palette swapping their colors to yellow and blue to support Ukraine. Oh no. They released stills. I posted them in Discord and the Film and Television channel. Even that though, I think that was like not... I think that was like concept art. Because I saw people like making fun of it, though it's missed graphics. People are really doubting Cameron? Really? You're really doubting that Cameron is going to be unveiling a whole kinds of like completely revolutionary effects in this movie? You really think Cameron's going to come after 10 years? After 10 years, Cameron's going to show up with a lackluster visual effects effort? Really? Really? You really think that? Okay. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what people have to get their heads in the game or something. the Na'vi are going to do an imperialism and everyone will lose their shit. Well, isn't when the Na'vi, fight and kill humans, aren't they just as bad? In a way. The Na'vi are doing land back on Pandora. That means like doing white genocide against all the settlers there. And you're okay with that? Wow, that's interesting. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
James Cameron wrote an entire script as an excuse to see the Titanic wreckage in a submarine. He stays winning.
That's right. Kijiji Genie, thank you for the 17 months of Tier 1. Another Avatar? No thanks, I'll take 14 more MCU movies, please. Yeah, think of all those unobtainium jobs that those Na'vi insurrections are costing. Think about the shareholders on Earth. They're waiting for their profits to come rolling in from those rich unobtainium mines on Pandora. And you've got the evil Na'vi disrupting the supply chain. Causing catastrophic stock corrections. Very disappointing stuff. Remember when we were going to get a new Star Wars movie every year indefinitely? Yeah, I do remember. Until, like... It's amazing how they've canceled that plan. It's really true that I think the reaction to Last Jedi really fucked them up. At Disney, gave them very cold feet about doing anything. I was watching the scene, there was like because I think it was, someone reshared the scene in, Last Jedi when Leia goes floating out in space and Leia, like, wakes up and all of a sudden has Force superpowers and, like, floats through space, like, to the door. That was definitely one of the moments in this movie when I was watching because again, The Last Jedi, similarly to Prometheus, I was ranting about this last week. Similarly to Prometheus, I went to the theater to see Last Jedi. I was very excited to see it. I liked Force Awakens quite a lot. I liked Rian Johnson as a filmmaker. I'm like, all right, Rian Johnson, new Star Wars movie. That sounds great. Very excited. And then when that moment happened in the theater, I was already kind of like questioning, do I like this? I don't know if I do like this. And when that moment happened in the theater, I was kind of just like, I find it odd when people had the exact opposite reaction to that. It's definitely superior to Rise of Skywalker, like you're saying, but part of the reason Rise of Skywalker is bad in and of itself is because then it tries to like overcorrect from all the things that people didn't like from Last Jedi. And in the process, it just, those whole movies, the whole like big multi-billion-dollar franchise, the second and third films are basically just this like metatextual creative slap fight between Disney and Star Wars and Lucasfilm and Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams. And it's like, couldn't you have a private conversation about this? Couldn't you have like a fucking email thread or something, or Slack? Talk to each other about this rather than airing out all your grievances in this multi-billion-dollar film franchise. Just talk to each other. White people would rather make $100 million, much more. White people would rather make a $300 million sci-fi epic than go to therapy. The Force Awakens isn't that great either. It's basically a remake of the original trilogy. For sure. I think I kind of appreciate it on that level. I was like, okay, it's basically a remake of the first, or the fourth film in the series, the first Star Wars movie. It's basically a remake of that. You've kind of wiped the slate clean, but they did establish, I think, some pretty interesting new characters. Ray and Finn and Oscar Isaac's character. I've already forgotten his name. So I've at least they've established these characters that I think are good. BB-8 was in there. Poe, yeah, thank you. You've at least established something that you can now make the next movie, and you can enjoy, that you can have fun with these characters and kind of go in a different direction. And it's like they kind of did that, but I think, especially when it comes to Finn's character, completely sidelined him. You watch Force Awakens now, Finn is like, oh, they've set him up to be like the main character. And then by the third movie, he's kind of just like, oh, just running around in the background, not really doing much of anything. And then, in that movie, in Last Jedi, it seems like it's like this whole message from Rian Johnson being like, oh, all that stuff that you like about Star Wars, guess what, nerd? It sucks, actually. You gotta forget about it. Which is like, that's not it. That's kind of an interesting direction to take things in. It also has this very lib girl boss Hillary analogy in there, which I think is very cringeworthy in hindsight as well. I simply would have planned a 3-episode arc out beforehand instead of winging it. You'd think in this, like, with all the resources they have, they would at least have a basic idea of what was going to happen from film to film. Like, you don't even need to have every single thing plotted out, but like have a basic idea. Nope. So you're saying J.J. Abrams is responsible for today's anti-Russian sentiment? I'm sure he's part of it. Definitely part of it. Anyway. But yeah, what got me off, started talking about that, was thinking about that scene with Leia flying through space and everything. That was definitely a moment in the movie when I was just like, I don't know. I don't know about this. Adam Driver stomping around was great, though. I agree. Yeah, that was fun. I would watch a whole Star Wars movie with him stomping around in space. I agree. Good casting. There were things about all of them that I didn't mind, but you'd think with like the disappointment of the prequel trilogy that they could have, like, with all the resources that they had, they could have figured this out. They could have just put a movie together that everyone just kind of enjoyed. Struggle Session just released a full commentary of Force Awakens with the inimitable Bugman. I must admit, because like I knew the Struggle Session guys back then when that movie came out, and I remember prior to Last Jedi coming out, of course Jack and Leslie were very anti Rian Johnson. They were ringing the alarm bells about this movie, and I didn't believe them. I didn't want to listen. I was like, no, Rian Johnson's cool. The Force Awakens was pretty good. I think he's going to really kill this. I think he's going to really crush this one. And I was in the theater and I was like, oh, Leslie and Jack. Ugh. Sometimes you have to hand it to them. What's in the cup? It's Diet Coke in my Maui cup. Maui and Moana. It's easily my favorite cup to drink soda out of. You know, this is actually very satisfying. This is a very satisfying way to drink soda. Because it was room temperature. I hadn't put it in the fridge yet. So the soda was room temperature, and I just threw 2 ice cubes in there. So you have the room temperature soda with the little ice cube kind of cooling it down. It's nice. The problem with Disney having control is they can never commit to the diversity stuff, so it always comes off as conservative. That's what we got. We got a conservative Star Wars with the same social and racial politics as the 70s. Yeah, and they can't seem to decide which way they want to go. Like you said, it comes off as conservative, but then they end up pissing off the conservatives and social reactionaries so much that they're like boycotting it and calling it like gay propaganda now. So good job. You really did a good job satisfying everybody. And I think Rian Johnson tried to bring some of that to Last Jedi, but it's that very like liberal idpol version of it. Rian Johnson in the behind the scenes doc of TLJ is very unintentionally funny. He knows he's in too deep. That sounds actually very funny. Yeah. That sounds good. Yeah, everyone hates it. Perfect. That's it. That's it. Great job. Every day I drink out of my Gandalf cup. Is that like a movie theater thing? The kid grabbing the broom at the end of The Last Jedi is the most hopeful any of the movies have been. Changed my mind. I mean, I guess one thing. I mean, it didn't really work for me. To me, it was just like hitting you over the head too much with the message, which is like, it was too meta. Like, I don't watch a Star Wars movie for this big like metatextual commentary about Star Wars fandom, which is what that was, right? And he's picking up the little like decoder ring, basically, that you'd find in like a cereal box. Like, that I think is kind of silly. Like, I don't want to see that I don't care about having that in a Star Wars movie. That's not why I want to see a Star Wars movie. To have some kind of like subtext about Star Wars fandom and what it means. I don't care. There was something that was in those movies though, which started to make sense, which ironically Rian Johnson seems to get rid of with the Finn character, and just like who is allowed to be important, right? In this universe, is it only this select few people from this certain bloodline? Is it only Force sensitive people that are the only people that are able to do this stuff?
Talk you through all this.
Ed Balls.
Metal Dipshit. Thank you for the 12 months resub. 12 entire months resub at tier 3. Ed Balls indeed. Thank you, Metal Dipshit. You're getting at the Force calipers. I get you. Every big budget movie is so meta and self-conscious these days. That's what I mean. That's part of that. But I think the message that was in there kind of at first, especially, was about Finn. It's like, do you have to be part of this special bloodline? Do you have to be Force sensitive to be able to like participate in this story? And the idea that was kind of explored a little bit in that first movie and a little bit in the second as well, is like, no, you don't. Anyone can like pick up a lightsaber and start to figure this shit out. That I think is kind of cool. And that was kind of taking the mythos in a different sort of interesting direction. Or the idea when Rey, and there's one thing that I liked about Last Jedi, when it's the whole mystery, like the mystery J.J. Abrams mystery box thing about Rey's parents. Ooh, who are Rey's parents? Who are they? And for them to just be like, they're nobody. It's not a big deal. Actually, it doesn't matter. They're just two people. I thought that was kind of interesting. That was one of the interesting things I like. And then, of course, all the interesting things about that movie, they ended up in the next movie being like, no, actually, we said that in that movie, but what we really meant was they were super important and it's just like, just totally canceling everything that made that, like, again, it's like a metatextual slap fight between these two creative visions. You know, it was silly. Yeah, and then of course Finn gets, and John Boyega. I mean, they cast John Boyega in this film, and if you remember when the Force Awakens trailer came out, of course all these like Comics Gate and these weird gamer and whatever Gate reactionary types were all losing their fucking minds about a black man being cast in a Star Wars film, which was a great thing. I thought it was a great casting, and he's very charming and very fun in the first movie. And of course they set up this idea that he's this big important character, that there's possibly a thing with like a connection with Rey that they're going to explore in further movies. And then in the second movie, though, made by Rian Johnson, who is supposedly supportive of all that kind of stuff, who's supposedly kind of supportive of that whole kind of diversity initiative, completely like sidelines that and just takes the character and gives him this like kind of B plot that never really even goes anywhere. The whole B plot literally just leads to nothing. And the whole point of the whole B plot is like, you should have been listening to the powerful women in charge, and you were actually being kind of sexist by not listening to them or thinking that they had a good plan. I bet you feel pretty silly now, don't you? That was the whole plot of the movie. Did they ever explain who Snoke was? My understanding, it's literally in a throwaway shot in the beginning of the third movie when he's like, there's like a failed clone. There's all the failed clones of the Emperor, and they just show like a Snoke clone and like floating around going ugh, in this like tank, and that's it. So I don't know. I didn't watch the last one. It's honestly worth seeing. It's definitely worth seeing. It's really bad. It is really bad. Didn't the struggle session guys get a bunch of shit for saying the Laura Dern character was supposed to be Hillary when it obviously was? That was the thing, G Cluppy, is that I think there are these like very like reactionary, misogynist, racist, kind of comic book geek movie fans who criticize Disney for this kind of diversity shit. And then I think because then there's this big kind of liberal establishment that then of course has to rally around it, and it becomes this big culture war thing. And are you on the wrong side or the right side of that? And then I think when Jack and Leslie were, I think like you're pointing out, correctly criticizing that, from this kind of more of a left viewpoint, then they get lumped into this category with all the other misogynists or whatever that are just freaking out the fact that this character's in the movie at all. Rather than saying like, no, it's like, it's not that diversity itself that's bad, but this like inane garbage political message that you're shoehorning in is the bad thing. I didn't really see Dern as a Hillary analog, but she was definitely a generic girl boss. I don't know. Oh, she had to make the brave, noble she sacrificed herself. She sacrificed herself so the resistance could live on. The resistance under the new emperor. And yeah, literally the whole plot was like, oh, the Bernie bro, Finn and and Poe. The Bernie bros, of course, don't listen to the girl bosses in charge. They think that they know. They think that there's a shortcut. They think that these people that have been there for decades that know exactly how to do things, they think that there's some kind of shortcut. And really, when you try to take the shortcut, really it only hurts the overall plan when you're not paying attention to the powerful, woke girl boss queens that are supposed to be in charge. That's really what that subplot was. Anyway, we don't need to rant about Star Wars. I actually haven't. I don't think I've seen it since I saw it in the theater. I don't think I've seen it. I think I tried to watch it again. I remember just the opening scene. Like it's the big part of this. What didn't work in this movie was the humor of it, which just falls flat. It's got that Marvel soy banter. It's got the soy banter in this movie. There's a lot of soy banter. And it's not like there's not humor or like little jokes in the original films. Of course there is, but it's that very sarcastic. He's behind me, isn't he? They fly now. That's in the third one, but there's a lot of the soy banter in
you can count on me as well. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
3 months of being shamed by Rob for my favorite emote. Here's to another 3 months of disapproval and disappointed dad energy. Left FL1 candy liquor, left FL1 candy liquor, left FL1 candy liquor, lucid LUL.
Thank you, River and Ravens, for the 3 months of Tier 1. Thank you. There's going to be plenty more disapproval and disappointed dad energy to come. Yeah, the opening's the sorry hold please thing. It was so stupid. I remember Sean, I was in the theater again. I was ready to enjoy this movie. I was excited to see it. Here I am. I'm in the theater, and it just starts off with this. Immediately took me right out of it. I'm like, is this like an SNL parody or something? Like it literally plays like a SNL parody of Star Wars at the beginning. And I was just in the theater going like, what? And it took me right out of it from moment one. Yeah, it literally is a clumsy young men not listening to the powerful smart woman leader and are proven wrong Hillary thing, who then has to again nobly sacrifice herself so that the resistance may live. It was like that Eric Garner game theory thread in a major Hollywood film. I never saw any Bernie Bros. Hillary shit in Last Jedi. I think some of you have been poisoned, and like someone here already said, it was just a standard girl boss versus crude man struggle. I don't know Garmin social distancing though, because Rian Johnson really was part of that. He's really like in that liberal Hollywood liberal milieu though. Like he really was. I am definitely poisoned. I mean, there's no question about that, for sure. What is Hillary Noble sacrifice in real life losing? That's right. Yeah. That's correct. let's definitely tear this community apart over this. You know what we need to relitigate is The Last Jedi. The Star Wars film The Last Jedi. There hasn't been enough discourse about this film. Don't make me hate watch this Hillary content. Oh man. I really haven't seen it since it came out. I tried to watch it once after that, and I made it to the opening scene again. I was just like, I hate this. This sucks. Okay. Best part is the milk scene. That was definitely a scene in the movie that I was like, what the fuck am I watching? But in hindsight, it was a pretty bold creative choice. It was definitely the moment in the movie and I was just like, okay, this is like, I have no idea what this is. When he does the stare down while milking from the nipples of the giant alien creature. Poe Dameron is probably the biggest flaw in the final trilogy. Character completely worthless. Yeah, and it's like you've got a fucking great actor. He could have been very cool as a character, but he's just nothing. I mean, that's the thing. If they had wanted to go actually take that step into that like diversity territory, you could have just openly explored the relationship with Poe and Finn and had done more than just like wink wink about that kind of stuff. But of course they can't. They want to appeal to everyone domestically and internationally, so they can never go that far. So all they can have are these kind of like whatever random comments and a little glance here and there in the film, and then maybe a sound bite in the interview while promoting the movie, and then that's all they can really commit to. And it still enrages these reactionaries who think that they're doing this kind of like LGBTQ propaganda. That was funny. It was the old Jedi who's sick and tired of the Jedi Sith boom bust cycle versus the young idealist Rey that has no idea how stupid Jedi dogma can be. That was one of the things that I didn't hate about the movie at all, actually. I thought Luke being kind of like a cynical prick was an interesting choice. Which was what made it all the more funny. When all the things that they refused to do, in Last Jedi, having Luke raise the Skywalker out of the water that everyone wanted, and they wanted him to do cool stuff, and Rian Johnson just said, no, he's not doing any of that stuff. He's just this old cantankerous prick now. Which I respected. But then, of course, in the third movie, they have to be like, no. Now he's going to come back as a ghost. And all those things that you wanted, right? You wanted to see him do the thing with the X-Wing and lift him up out of there, and you wanted to see him do cool stuff. Oh, well, he's going to do all that now, right? Do you like us now, please? It's like they literally just did everything that people were complaining about. They're like, look, he's doing it. Look. Will you like the movie now? And it still was not good. Good morning up the Reds. Luke was never going to be the light side hero people wanted. Yoda warned him back on Dagobah, go to Cloud City and the dark side will forever dominate his destiny. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting look at it. Okay. I keep on trying to move on from Star Wars talk now, and I'm trapped in it. Okay, what do we actually have on the agenda here today? By the way, sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Again, my kid has just been like, not really that sick, but just like stuffy nose kind of thing, and just out of an abundance of caution, we're keeping him home. I didn't really feel all that great either. So I just wasn't feeling up to it yesterday, finally. I could have like figured out some other solution or done one later in the day or at night or whatever, but I was just like, fuck, I'm tired. So sorry about that. There is some good stuff to get into today, though. I got a couple things written down here we can talk about. I do have to say, too, before we get off of this chit-chat zone, there is important stuff to talk about, but the most important thing going on right now is there is a very, very important NBA basketball game happening this evening. The Raptors and 76ers Game 6 in Toronto. I'm very, very hyped. I'm very, very hyped for this game. I gotta say. I think the win on Monday night was probably one of the most satisfying Raptors wins since I've been watching the team. It was extremely satisfying. I am trying to go into this game. I'm telling myself that they will probably lose. The Sixers will probably be able to get it together tonight and close it out. close out the series. I'm keeping myself emotionally grounded so I don't get too disappointed, right? Obviously, I want for a different result to happen. It has been very satisfying, though. All the talk about, the Raptors going to come back. They're going to be the first. Are they going to be the first team to come back from down 0-3? All the talk about the Sixers collapse, and the Sixers vibes are very bad. It seems like their vibes are like historically low right now. You've got Doc Rivers like defending his coaching record for all the different collapses he's been a part of. He's out there defending it. Danny Green looks like he's in like some kind of hostage situation. It seems like historically bad vibes in the Sixers locker room right now. So I do hope that it goes 7. And that's the thing, is if they are able to pull this off tonight and force Game 7 in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia crowd was booing them. They were booing their own team in like the second quarter. It was like this. They were booing their own team in the second quarter. If this game goes to Game 7 in Philadelphia, it is going to be the most fucked vibes in a sports arena, I think, maybe ever. Like they're going to be on the verge of rioting basically the entire game. If it goes to Game 7, which again I'm not counting on it. If it does go to Game 7, though, it will be some of the most fucked vibes ever in the history of any sport. Harden is purposely blowing it to get rid of Rivers. I mean, that was the theory that Stephen A. Smith was advancing. I also just think Harden is kind of washed. I think that's part of it. I think Rob just called a championship run. Well, no, but if they can pull off this miracle comeback, and that's the thing, let's make history. I mean, I want this really so bad as well because, the Raptors have won a championship, and winning a championship is great. No team has ever, they would be accomplishing something if they can pull off this comeback that no team has ever done. And every single time for the rest of history, as long as the NBA will be around, anytime there's an 0-3 deficit in any playoff, they will be forced to recall the 2022 Toronto Raptors team. That's history. That's history there, you understand? I saw Harden walking out of House of Lancaster this morning. He had a good night. Let's make history. Hell yeah. I'm super excited about this. Yeah, they were seeded via 4 and 5. The Raptors are the 5th seed. The Sixers are the 4th seed. Still riding the crest of a wave with Liverpool. I want to see more greatness. Hell yeah. Doing it the hardest way to make it cool. Well, that's the thing, because they would be now playing the Heat in the next round. And if they can pull this off, if they can pull off this comeback and win Game 7 in Philadelphia and advance to the next round, I don't know that they will beat the Heat. They absolutely could, though. I think this Raptors team, if they can get out of this round, could beat the Heat in a 7-game series. I think they could probably beat the Bucks in a 7-game series as well. Sorry, Dakadoon. But I think they can. The Celtics is the team that I think that they would really struggle against the most. Anyway, I'm not getting ahead of myself. Here. All right? I'm very excited about this game, though. Sports ball, circus, and bread. That's right. And we need it. We need it sometimes. We need to be able to think about other stuff every now and then. Is Larry Bird playing with the Celtics? No, but the Celtics were very good this year. Really, really good. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. How about them Nets? It's been fun to see all the collapses, definitely. I'm enjoying the demise of the super team. Really, like the inability of certain teams, I think, to really succeed.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Let me get this done while I can.
Thank you, Braided Jade. Thank you for the 9 months of tier 1. I appreciate that. Oh, I would like to watch Winning Time. Yeah, I would like to watch that. I haven't seen it yet. That's the thing. It really shows, though, how good of a coach I think Eric Spoelstra is. And those Heat teams. The kind of the first modern super team. I guess maybe you could talk about the Celtics with Garnett and Ray Allen and Paul Pierce as well. That was more done through trade, though, and the idea of these star players going to play with each other in free agency. It shows that like having the guys, having the personnel doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to translate to winning championships, which is really hard to do. And now you have like the Lakers crashing and burning this year. You have the Nets crashing and burning. It really shows that like it's not quite as easy as just getting these like A-list players and just letting them come together and choose all the personnel. The Nets would have been better off keeping Karis LeVert and Jarrett Allen than trading for Harden. Well, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, Kijiji, but it just seems like Harden was like on his way out anyways. Apparently, like I guess that had been made clear. So I'm rooting for a Celtics Grizzlies final. That would be fun. I would definitely be cheering for the Grizzlies in that final. The Grizzlies are a lot of fun. KD would fit on the Raps perfect. He should opt out. He really would. He wants another championship. I think there'd be a guaranteed championship contender right away in that Nicky Nurse system. All right. More like the Smeltics. Oh my goodness. Oh my. That's maybe taking it a bit far. Let's maybe dial that back a little bit. Maybe we can watch some kind of a movie that I can figure out, or not a movie, but we can watch some kind of a clip here. I can figure out what I'm doing. One thing today we can commemorate. Special day, Mussolini Death Day. That's kind of cool. Mussolini on this day was shot in the street and then hung up upside down with his mistress. That's something we can satisfy. Hey, he's freaking upside down over here. Ooh. R.I.P. Bozo. That's right. What other sports ball do you watch? I mean, mostly just Toronto Raptors basketball. I'll kind of pay attention to some other sports things sometimes, but I'm not really like the Raptors are the team that I'm like I have an emotional sort of connection with, that I'm actually kind of obsessed with. Today marks 77 years since Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini was executed, ending 20 years of fascist dictatorship in Italy. More like rap turds. Oh, Dakadu, don't do this. If they end up playing the Bucks in the playoffs, I'll be very respectful, I promise.
One man who was closely associated with Adolf Hitler during the Second World War and before was Benito Mussolini. Il Duce, as he was known, was the infamous Italian fascist dictator who took his country into the Second World War, closely allied with Nazi Germany. However, ultimately, like the German war effort, the Italian one faltered, and Mussolini was subject to an execution, which went down in the history books as one of the most brutal events of the Second World War, especially with what occurred to his body after it was displayed in Milan. Benito Mussolini was a man who Hitler himself idolised, but his death and execution was one which reinforced a desire in Hitler's mind to take his own life in Berlin, rather than to be made a public spectacle of. So join us today as we look at the brutal execution of Benito Mussolini, Italy's fascist dictator and Hitler's best friend. And remember to support our channel. Please make sure to subscribe.
Support this channel.
Benito Mussolini had been acting as the leader of Italy since 1922, as the Prime Minister, and then the dictator a few years later, and the fascist leader eventually took his country to war alongside the Nazis and his friend Hitler. As part of the Axis forces, Italy backed up the Wehrmacht and the Nazis in many different theatres. Mussolini launched attacks on Greece and also offered his support to the Germans in North Africa, which resulted in a huge loss for the Italians. Many Italian soldiers were even sent to Russia to help during Operation Barbarossa in the Soviet Union, and thousands failed to make it home. The war for the Italians did not go well. They became short on supplies, and heavy attacks against them heavily depleted their army. The Allies invaded Sicily in July 1943, and Mussolini was then deposed and placed under arrest before the Italians signed an armistice with the Allies.
Yeah, the GIF. I'm sure he was very much looking forward to that.
Mussolini was rescued by German soldiers in the Grand Sasso raid, and Hitler then
10,000 sandwiches. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, 10,000 sandwiches. Very much appreciated. And have you watched Cover Up the Iran-Contra Affair on stream? No, I haven't, but I just put that in my favorites, so we can check that out sometimes. Thank you, Up the Reds, for that link.
And placed him in control of the Italian Social Republic, a German puppet state in the north of Italy. The Allies, however, continued to fight on and take control of many important Italian cities such as Rome, and they began to push north. Mussolini then arrived in Milan with the last remnants of his loyalist army, looking like they were about to be defeated, and he considered his options. The Germans retreated out of the northern Italian cities, and the Italian partisan leadership, which were now running parts of the country, declared that any member of the former fascist government was to be sentenced to death upon their capture. Unsuccessful negotiations happened between the partisan government and Mussolini's representatives, and on the 25th of April 1945 he fled towards Lake Como. Mussolini was now on the run for his life, with the declaration meaning that he was almost certain to be killed once he was captured. On the 26th of April, Mussolini was joined by his mistress, Cloetta Petacci, and they tried to cross into Switzerland, which would have helped to save his life. However, on the 27th of April, a detachment of local partisans attacked the convoy in which Mussolini and Petacci were part of near to the village called Dongo, and it was forced to stop. Within this group were other former fascist politicians, and the partisans recognised many figures in the convoy, but not initially Mussolini. The Germans were forced to give over all of the Italians for safe passage, and Mussolini was then found in one of the vehicles. One partisan who discovered him, Urbano Lazzaro, stated how his face was like wax and his stare glassy. I read...
That's got to be a satisfying feeling if you're one of these Italian partisans. I wonder if we got anyone important on this in this convoy here. I wonder if I hope we can get a big score. Maybe there's someone important in there. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Okay. I see.
Had exhaustion but not fear. He seemed spiritually dead. He was then arrested and spent the night nearby at some barracks before being reunited with his mistress early in the morning of the 28th of April. Intense fighting was going on around Mussolini's prison, and he believed he would be rescued yet again by his supporters. It was then announced that Mussolini had been captured on Radio Milano, with a partisan leader stating, "We think an execution platoon is too much of an honour for this man. He would deserve to be killed like a mangy dog." Mussolini's death sentence then came, and it's unclear who gave the overall orders to kill the ex-fascist leader of Italy. Within Milan, a communist leader, Luigi Longo, allegedly gave orders for a communist partisan named Walter Ordizio to go and kill Mussolini and execute him.
You can see exactly why to the west, too. As soon as the war was over, it became very vital to ensure that these partisans were not allowed to continue running the show in Italy also, right? You know, Gladio and all that stuff, that's where that started. That's where that whole prospect started.
Along with another partisan, Aldo Lampredi, they then went to carry out the mission. There have been different accounts of how Mussolini and his mistress Petacci were executed. However, the account of Walter Ordizio seems to be the most comprehensible. The two left Milan for Dongo in the early hours of the 28th of April to carry out the orders, and when they arrived they arranged for Mussolini to be placed into their custody. Ordizio went under the disguise of Colonnello Valerio during the execution, and they were then taken to a farmhouse where Mussolini was being kept to pick them up. Once Mussolini and Petacci were in Ordizio's custody, they drove to a village named Giuliano di Mezzagra. Outside of a villa named Villa Belmonte on a narrow road, Petacci and Mussolini were told to leave the car and stand against the wall of the villa. At 4:10 p.m, armed with a submachine gun, Ordizio shot Mussolini and his mistress against.
Comrade Social Distancing, thanks for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing. For all the fun poking at Italians, and it is really fun, the dock workers in Italy right now have been really great handling the shipments of weapons to the war. Yeah. Seriously. I mean, we can make fun of any of these Western countries. In any of these countries, there's also a long tradition of people of amazing, inspiring people who did wonderful things. They just have been kind of suppressed by history.
Good old Rob to
they've been suppressed by political forces since this time. June Song 91, thanks for the 5 months of Prime. Thank you. You know, yeah, it's like think about the struggles that the Italian partisans went through. It's incredible to think about.
Petacci and Mussolini were told to leave the car and stand against the wall of the villa. At 4:10 p.m, armed with his submachine gun, Ordizio shot Mussolini and his mistress against the wall of the villa. The accounts do differ as to how Mussolini was during the moments leading up to his execution. Ordizio paints him as a coward, but Lampredi does not, and also Ordizio states how he read out his sentence of death, but Lampredi said he didn't, with Mussolini's last words being, "Aim at my heart." Some accounts also state how they were shot by a partisan firing squad. However, the execution of Mussolini seems to be more hastily arranged. However, after the former fascist dictator had been killed, it did not end there for his corpse.
No, it did not.
Following his and his mistress's shooting, the bodies of them, along with other fascists executed, were taken by van to Milan. When they arrived in the city in the morning, they were dumped in the Piazza Loreto, a major market square within.
And listen, this is pretty grim stuff. One way to avoid this ever happening to you, though, is to not be a fascist dictator, though. That's one way to ensure that you will never suffer the same fate. You know? It's not like we want to celebrate violence or anything like that, or this kind of depravity. But fascism is depraved as well. You know? It is violent. It is depravity. That's kind of what goes around comes around moment. That's a chicken coming home to roost moment, I think. Just don't be a fascist dictator, and I will never ever support this kind of violence.
They arrived in the city in the morning. They were dumped in the Piazza Loreto, a major market square within Milan. Previously, 15 partisans had been shot there, and their bodies had been left on public display, so for the partisans this was payback. By 9 a.m. that following morning, a huge crowd had gathered, and the angry Italian citizens spat at, urinated on, shot at, kicked and even threw vegetables at the body of Mussolini and his mistress. It was a mob mentality, and Mussolini was heavily disfigured by the beatings and the.
Ouch. I'm wondering, is this going to show the? I don't know. I mean, I think I would like to watch this historic footage.
The crowd was completely out of control. The bodies were then placed on the metal girder frame that was above, and the corpses were hung upside down on meat hooks. This was done to show the disgrace of the fascists, but it was another way to protect the bodies from the mob. At 2 p.m. on the 29th of April, the Americans arrived in the city and took the bodies down.
Yeah, of course, the Americans were like,
this is disgraceful. To be carried out on the remains. One autopsy on Mussolini showed the brutality of his execution, with him being sprayed with 9 bullets from the submachine gun, with another stating he was shot 7 times. 4 bullets had been aimed at his heart, and these were the fatal cause of death. He was then buried in an unmarked grave, but his body was then dug up by fascists before it's recovered again in August 1946, after the Second World War. There was a significant effect that Mussolini's execution had on the whole of the Second World War. When Adolf Hitler learned of his execution and public display of his former friend on April the 29th, 1945, he then quickly acted to sort out his final affairs and his own death. On the same day he found out, he then recorded his last will and testament with Traudl Junge, his secretary, and then the following day he took his own life. Hitler stated how he did not want his body to fall into the hands of the enemy and to become a spectacle. It's clear that possibly the situation with Mussolini influenced Hitler's decision to take his own life and then have his body burned in the garden of the Reich Chancellery. But Mussolini's execution was rather hastily arranged, but what happened to his body afterwards was incredibly brutal, and it came at a time when the Second World War was lost in Europe for the Axis forces. Once again, thanks for watching.
That's a shame. That's a damn shame. One thing I was just thinking if I could find something, because there's some good stuff about Mussolini here in Black Shirts and Reds. talk about the reaction in the West to Mussolini? And how, as we've told ourselves in the years following World War II, there were these great, noble, anti-fascist societies. Italian fascism and German Nazism had their admirers within the U.S. business community and the corporate-owned press. Bankers, publishers, and industrialists, including the likes of Henry Ford, traveled to Rome and Berlin to pay homage, receive medals, and strike profitable deals. Many did their utmost to advance the Nazi war effort, sharing military-industrial secrets and engaging in secret transactions with the Nazi government even after the United States entered the war. During the 20s and 30s, major publications like Fortune, The Wall Street Journal, Saturday Evening Post, New York Times, Chicago Tribune, and Christian Science Monitor hailed Mussolini as the man who rescued Italy from anarchy and radicalism. They spun rhapsodic fantasies of a resurrected Italy where poverty and exploitation had suddenly disappeared, where Reds had been vanquished, harmony reigned, and black shirts protected a new democracy. The Italian-language press in the United States eagerly joined the chorus. The two most influential newspapers, L'Italia of San Francisco, financed largely by A.P. Gianni's Bank of America, and Il Progresso of New York, owned by multi-billionaire Generoso Pope, looked favorably on the fascist regime and suggested that the United States could benefit from a similar social order. This is interesting, right? I think it's Mussolini is a fascinating figure to learn about. When we talk about with all the concepts that we talk about each and every day on here, right? You know, this is basically the founder of fascism. If you want to understand, how to fight fascism and what it is, you have to understand, exactly the origins and what it actually is that you're dealing with here. Like what it actually is. What is fascism? And in this book, Black Shirts and Reds, it does actually delve into the rise of Mussolini and talk about the ways that fascism is a false revolution that's supported by the ruling class. Let us begin with a look at fascism's founder. Born in 1883, the son of a blacksmith, Benito Mussolini's early manhood was marked by street brawls, arrests, jailings, and violent radical political activities. Before World War I, Mussolini was a socialist. A brilliant organizer, agitator, and gifted journalist, he became editor of the Socialist Party's official newspaper. Yet many of his comrades suspected him of being less interested in advancing socialism than in advancing himself. And we've got to watch out for these. Watch out for these folks that are using these important struggles to advance themselves. Really make sure you have your eye on those type of characters, because you can't trust them. I think Andrew Jackson may be the founder of fascism. And of course that's true as well, how fascism already existed, basically. It already existed in Canada and the United States, of course. And a lot of what was happening in Europe prior to World War II was just like these European countries openly kind of starting to propagate that same sort of ideology. But I think it's worthwhile, I think, it's worthwhile still digging into the origins of like European fascism as it became kind of an officially recognized, like an officially understood sort of political ideology. Still very much worth looking at. They usually lead cults and joke about being a kind of god. Very, very untrustworthy folks here. Also important to put, I think, talking about Mussolini, the links between fascism and socialism, and how this idea years later of horseshoe theory still exists, partially because people like Mussolini, even like while starting in that world, number one, but also using those elements of socialist rhetoric to disguise their political program, which is really based on, the exact opposite of what socialism is supposed to be. This very rigid hierarchy, delivering for private interests. A very, very strict racial and patriarchal hierarchical system, right? but kind of leaning on this sort of rhetoric in order to give these movements this kind of working class veneer, or this veneer of helping the lower classes, or like the things that we think positively about socialism, using this rhetoric to disguise this really evil project. Indeed, when the Italian upper class tempted him with recognition, financial support, and the promise of power, he did not hesitate to switch sides. And so, as soon as someone gives me an actual job somewhere, I'm going to be like, oh, but all that stuff we talked about, nah. Do we need to do all that stuff? I don't know. Anyway. By the end of World War I, Mussolini the socialist, who had organized strikes for workers and peasants, had become Mussolini the fascist, who broke strikes on behalf of financiers and landowners. Using the huge sums he received from wealthy interests, he projected himself onto the national scene as the acknowledged leader of I Fasci di Combattimento, a movement composed of black-shirted ex-army officers and sundry toughs who were guided by no clear political doctrine other than a militaristic patriotism and a conservative dislike for anything associated with socialism and organized labor. Any of that sound familiar? The fascist black shirts spent their time attacking trade unionists, socialists, communists, and farm cooperatives. After World War I, Italy had settled into a pattern of parliamentary democracy. The low pay scales were improving, but the trains were already running on time. But the capitalist economy was in a post-war recession. Investments stagnated, heavy industry operated far below capacity, and corporate profits and agribusiness exports were declining. To maintain profit levels, the large landowners and industrialists would have to slash wages and raise prices. The state, in turn, would have to provide them with massive subsidies and tax exemptions. To finance this corporate welfarism, the populace would have to be taxed more heavily, and social services and welfare expenditures would have to be drastically cut, measures that might sound familiar to us today. And indeed they do. But the government was not completely free to pursue this course. By 1921, many Italian workers and peasants were unionized and had their own political organizations. With demonstrations, strikes, boycotts, factory takeovers, and the forcible occupation of farmlands, they had won the right to organize, along with concessions in wages and work conditions. To impose a full measure of austerity upon workers and peasants, the ruling economic interests would have to abolish the democratic rights that helped the masses defend their modest living standards. The solution was to smash their unions, political organizations, and civil liberties. Industrialists and big landowners wanted someone at the helm who could break the power of organized workers and farm laborers and impose a stern order on the masses. For this task, Benito Mussolini, armed with his gangs of black shirts, seemed a likely candidate. It's important to understand this history, because then when you see these things happening again, you see these forces coming together again, you can know exactly what's happening, and it doesn't have to be any kind of gray area. Is this possibly some kind of a fascist movement? It's actually very clear, isn't it? In 1922, the Federazione Industriale, composed of the leaders of industry, along with representatives from the banking and agribusiness associations, met with Mussolini to plan the March on Rome, contributing 20 million lire to the undertaking. With the additional backing of Italy's top military officers and police chiefs, the fascist revolution, really a coup d'etat, took place. Kind of quite interesting as well in the context of the current situation with Ukraine as well, right? And the whole Maidan incident. Kind of curious. Also similar to the way that like the trucker convoy and everything. This kind of false working class thing that's funded by big business and funded by and encouraged by military officers and police chiefs. The Freedom Convoy, the January 6th stuff, yeah, absolutely. These were like unsuccessful coup attempts, basically, that don't have popular support yet. Keyword. Within 2 years of seizing state power, Mussolini had shut down all opposition newspapers and crushed the socialist, liberal, Catholic, Democratic, and Republican parties, which together had commanded some 80% of the vote. Labor leaders, peasant leaders, parliamentary delegates, and others critical of the new regime were beaten, exiled, or murdered by fascist terror squadristi. The Italian Communist Party endured the severest repression of all, yet managed to maintain a courageous underground resistance that eventually evolved into an armed struggle against the black shirts and the German occupation force. In Germany, a similar pattern of complicity between fascists and capitalists emerged. That's all stuff about Germany. We're trying to focusing on Benito. But it is interesting though, isn't it? Interesting, very, very interesting parallels. Really sucks we didn't get a communist government in Italy post-World War II. The partisans totally earned it. And you can point to a number of other places throughout Europe, like Greece as well, right? And Greece just ended up going into its own fascist dictatorship a couple decades later, precisely because the communist partisans and the couldn't be left in charge of anything. Like I said, it's not surprising at all that Operation Gladio started after the U.S. government imported so many of these fascists from Germany and elsewhere, and then immediately after the war launched this program of terror against civilians, basically, in order to ensure that communists would never take over the country. Kind of interesting, right? A little bit interesting, those priorities there. Yeah, the USSR got a world conspiracy against him, and thanks. That's right. I mean, I think that's one of the things that why this is like so important to read this book, because you understand the way these Western governments supported fascism prior to the war. They took it. There's a brief moment at the beginning of the war when, especially with the United States, their support could have gone either way. They ended up kind of accidentally landed on the right side of things, and then immediately afterwards go right back to business as usual of spreading fascism around the globe, restoring fascists to power in Italy and Greece and West Germany and Japan, and then continuing this global project. And I was thinking of everything too in the context of the whole business plot as well. Like the whole business plot against FDR. Like there is this moment. There were people in the American government they were very powerful, first and foremost, because of the New Deal and how popular that was. They were sympathetic to the Soviet Union. You read those diaries of Churchill hanging out with FDR and Stalin. And FDR is totally like he's like a Stalin stan. Like he thought he was great. You know? And Stalin's there like joking around about executing hundreds of Nazis, and Churchill's been like, oh no, you cannot do that, blah blah blah, and getting all upset. And FDR's like, no, maybe there's something to this. You know, there's this element of the government that's wants to go in that direction. That after the war, I think probably wanted to continue allying with the Soviet Union and carrying out this Nazification process, denazification process. But so you have the failed business plot against FDR. FDR dies, and then these forces are able to reestablish control of the U.S. government, which culminates really in 1965 with the assassination of JFK. Right? Like if you see the assassination of JFK as basically the culmination of the failed business plot of the 1930s, essentially. And then from that moment on, they're carving off little pieces of the New Deal until it's gone entirely, until they get Reagan in the 1980s to completely like destroy the whole thing. Privatization was coined by The Economist to describe what happened to Weimar under fascism. No wonder American CEOs saw themselves as compatible with the ideology. Funny how no one even got punished for the business plot. Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the Civil War, right? We don't want to be too mean by like punishing the people that are plotting against us. Let's make sure that they still have power. They're still able to run these operations. Otherwise, we don't want to be accused of being too partisan or anything. Let's keep reading from this for a little bit. It's actually I enjoy doing this. Whom did the fascists support? Again, this is from Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Parenti. Whom did the fascists support? There's vast literature on who supported the Nazis, but relatively little on whom the Nazis supported after they came to power. This is in keeping with the tendency of conventional scholarship to avoid the entire subject of capitalism whenever something unfavorable might be said about it. Whose interests did Mussolini and Hitler support? And again, this is important to understand for anyone that ever makes this claim about, like, you know, oh, Mussolini was a socialist, the Nazis were socialists, and all this stuff. You can get fooled by the way that they use this kind of rhetoric, use socialist rhetoric in order to appeal to people, but it's not hard to understand whether they were socialists or not when you look actually what the priorities of their governments were and who supported these governments. Then it becomes quite clear that they were not in fact socialists. Of course, the people that make this argument are famously not very keen on reading anything, so I guess it's not surprising that they don't get this. In both Italy in the 20s and Germany in the 30s, old industrial evils thought to have passed permanently into history re-emerged as the conditions of labor deteriorated precipitously. In the name of saving society from the Red Menace, and get ready for more of this decade, by the way. This is why this is really important to understand. Okay? And that's why I've focused so much on, like, the new Red Scare, the new Cold War, and all this stuff. And why it's been so alarming to see the uptick in, like, anti-communist rhetoric over the last couple of years, which has now intensified even more in the last couple of months. Because this, if we're not fucking careful, I don't even know if there's anything we can do. The world spirit is rising in China. That's absolutely right. I agree with that. I don't know if there's anything we can do, but this is where we're going in the West, unless some serious drastic changes are made over the course of the next 10, 15 years. This Red Menace shit is only going to, this Red Scare shit is only going to increase in severity. In the name of saving society from the Red Menace, unions and strikes were outlawed. Union property and farm cooperatives were confiscated and handed over to rich private owners. Minimum wage laws, overtime pay, and factory safety regulations were abolished. Speed ups became commonplace. Dismissals or imprisonment awaited those workers who complained about unsafe or inhumane work conditions. Workers toiled longer hours for less pay. The already modest wages were severely cut in Germany by 25 to 40%, in Italy by 50%. In Italy, child labor was reintroduced. To be sure, a few crumbs were thrown to the populace. There were few free concerts and sporting events, some meager social programs, a dole for the unemployed financed mostly by contributions from working people, and showy public works projects designed to evoke civic pride. Both Mussolini and Hitler showed their gratitude to their big business patrons by privatizing many perfectly solvent state-owned steel mills, power plants, banks, and steamship companies. Both regimes dipped heavily into the public treasury to refloat or subsidize heavy industry. Agribusiness farming was expanded and heavily subsidized. Both states guaranteed a return on the capital invested by giant corporations while assuming most of the risks and losses on investments. In other words, it was publicly subsidized, privately profitable. Right? It's publicly subsidized, privately profitable. Where have you heard any of this shit before? The result of all this, in Italy during the 1930s, the economy was gripped by recession, a staggering public debt, and widespread corruption. But industrial profits rose, and the armaments factories busily rolled out weapons in preparation for the war to come. In Germany, unemployment was cut in half with the considerable expansion of armaments jobs, but overall, poverty increased because of the drastic wage cuts. And from 1935 to 43, industrial profits increased substantially, while the net income of corporate leaders climbed to 46%. During the radical 1930s in the United States, Great Britain, and Scandinavia, upper-income groups experienced a modest decline in their share of the national income, but in Germany, the top 5% enjoyed a 15% gain. Despite this record, most writers have ignored fascism's close collaboration with big business. Some even argue that business was not a beneficiary but a victim of fascism. Angelo Codevilla, a Hoover Institute conservative scribe, blithely announced, "If fascism means anything, it means government ownership and control of business." Thus, fascism is misrepresented as a mutant form of socialism. In fact, if fascism means anything, it means all-out government support for business and severe repression of anti-business, pro-labor forces. Is fascism merely a dictatorial force in the service of capitalism? That may not be all it is, but that certainly is an important part of fascism raison d'etre, the reason Hitler kept referring to the function Hitler himself kept referring to when he talked about saving the industrialists and bankers from Bolshevism. It's a subject that deserves far more attention than it has received. While the fascists might have believed they were saving the plutocrats from the Reds, in fact, the revolutionary left was never strong enough to take power in either Italy or Germany. Popular forces, however, were strong enough to cut into profit rates and interfere with the capital accumulation process. This frustrated capitalism's attempts to resolve its internal contradictions by shifting more and more of its costs onto the backs of the working populace. Revolution or no revolution, this democratic working class resistance was troublesome to the moneyed interests. Along with serving the capitalists, fascist leaders themselves served themselves, getting in on the money at every opportunity. Their personal greed and their class loyalties were two sides of the same coin. Mussolini and his cohorts lived lavishly, cavorting within the higher circles of wealth and aristocracy. Nazi officials and SS commanders amassed personal fortunes by plundering conquered territories and stealing from concentration camp inmates and other political victims. Huge amounts were made from secretly owned, well-connected businesses and from contracting out camp slave labor to industrial firms like IG Farben and Krupp.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob. Hi, chat.
Thank you, Squatch True, for the 13 months resub at Tier 2. Thank you, Squatch True, for the resub and for all the support you show on the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anyway, we could sit here and read this entire book. I just think if we want to talk about these concepts, I think that's why it's such an important a book to read, to understand, what this shit actually means and how these people came to power in the first place and who supported them prior to them taking power and who supported them afterwards. Let me see what else I can find here. I'm just finding something interesting here. So here's a Montreal connection. That's enough about fascism and Mussolini and stuff. R.I.P. Bozo to Mussolini. Again, it's not nice to celebrate depraved violence. I will make an exception when we're talking about a fascist dictator, though. And if you don't want the same fate to happen to you, don't be a fascist dictator, and it won't happen. That's my advice to each and every one of you. So this is kind of an interesting story. You know, I'm from Montreal. I talk about the CIA a lot. Many people in my family went to McGill University. My mom went there. My grandmother went there. It's like a tradition in my family to go to McGill. I did not go because my grades were not good enough. Don't speak ill of the dead. Don't be an asshole while alive. That's it. I was considering being a fascist dictator. Now I'm having second thoughts. Hell yeah. As long as one person can tune in and change the path that they're on, I will have contributed something important here. So if you're familiar with the CIA and the MK Ultra program, this is kind of not totally common knowledge, but that there's this Montreal Canadian element to this as well, because in McGill University was where these MK Ultra experiments took place in, I think, the 50s. Yeah, in the 1950s, in McGill University, the CIA funded the Montreal brainwashing experiments. And now you have these families that are coming together to sue the CIA for performing dangerous, illegal, torturous mind control experiments on their relatives.
There was a protest today by families of people who underwent CIA-funded brainwashing experiments at the Allen Memorial.
Oh, remember, it's really tinfoil hat conspiracy stuff to talk about CIA brainwashing, though. Oh, can you believe these conspiracy theorists? These tinfoil hat wearing weirdos that want to talk about far off science fiction plots like the CIA running brainwashing experiments on people. Only that's not a conspiracy. That's a real thing that happened. This is a real thing that happened. This is why we should never give this organization the benefit of the doubt or anyone connected to it. Especially when we ask critical questions about whether this kind of shit is still going on today. Which I have no doubt that it is.
Institute in the 1940s and 50s. And now the U.S. Attorney General is trying to have the case against the CIA dismissed. Rob Lurie has more.
We are the last generation.
Lana Mills Sauchek says her father was admitted to the Allen Memorial Institute in 1953, told that a doctor there could cure his asthma.
He was tortured with 54 shock treatments, followed by 54 grand mal seizures. He was put in an insulin coma for 36 days asleep with his recording saying, "Your mother hates you." When my father would come home on weekends, he didn't even know who my sister and I were.
She says he was treated by Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron, who was working on what's known as MK Ultra, a secret CIA-funded plan that experimented with brainwashing and torture. The CIA sanctioned Cameron's research in hopes it could be used to get information out of spies.
They wiped his brain. This is not right. It should not have happened.
Central Intelligence Agency.
No, it should not have.
Is now part of a group seeking authorization to sue the Allen Memorial Institute, the MUHC, the Canadian government, and the CIA. A lawyer for the U.S. Attorney General is appealing for the case against the CIA to be dismissed.
Because generally speaking, there's immunity, state immunity that countries get where they can't be subject to, civil actions in other countries.
But the victims' families say Cameron was carrying out human experimentation without consent, and anyone who knew about it should have stopped it, including the CIA.
There's a lot of people in our case that we think should have intervened, either by not helping or cutting it off.
They funded the money, part of the money, for these treatments for their own good, for their support, the military, and for political reasons.
This is so true. We're lucky to even know about a fraction of it as the CIA shredded the bulk of the files. This is the kind of fucked up and tantalizing thing about learning about these stories too, right? Is that we barely even scratched the surface. We know barely anything about the actual depravity of what was going on for, like, when you take all that into account. right? This is just what we've been able to scrape together through decades of like whistleblowers and, you know, people like John Stockwell and people that have talked about their involvement in this. Who knows what we do? Like, think about the thing that we don't know about. Right? That's the kind of fucked up thing when we think about what we do not know about. And we know about MK Ultra. We know about, COINTELPRO, Operation Phoenix, all these horrifying programs. And what do we not know about? That's the question. The CIA's defense is like, if you can sue us for this, you can sue us for all the illegal acts we commit. Yeah. We want to set that dangerous precedent. I know this is the John Cipher defense as well. I know the CIA did bad stuff in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and even now, and no one has been charged, but I'm sure they're good now. That's right. All this stuff was in the past. Now they're nice. Now they're hiring biracial disabled millennials with generalized anxiety disorder and everything. So all good now. Operation Paperclip. Thank you. Yeah, I talk about that one quite a lot. Obviously.
And they're trying to get out of it.
Even if a judge sides with the CIA, the class action lawsuit may still be authorized against the other parties. But the victims' families have already been waiting for decades, and it may take them several more years to get a result. Rob Lurie, CTV News.
I was given a glass of Kool-Aid, and so were the other children. This Kool-Aid was spiked with LSD. It was horrible.
In the early days of the Cold War, the CIA ordered the creation of a secret program intended to find ways of mind control. They funded an army of psychiatric institutions across the United States and Canada to perform experiments on unsuspecting patients using psychedelic drugs, sensory deprivation, electroshock treatment, and more. The program was known by its codename, MK Ultra.
These are totally the good guys, though. Yeah, the woke commercial.
American POWs came home seemingly brainwashed and espousing communist propaganda. American officials suspected that the soldiers had been subjected to what they thought were new communist mind control techniques.
That's the amazing thing, too, is when they got these soldiers that flipped. And it's like, they're so, the origins of all this are like, what could possibly explain this? What could possibly explain this? It's not just that these soldiers have been exposed to different ideas and have been shown the error of their ways and have been shown to exactly what project they're a part of, what violent, horrific atrocities that they've been part of. The idea that they might actually change their minds and accept that there's a different ideology out there that's whose purpose is to bring people together and help people. That's just so unthinkable. It must be this secret communist mind control techniques. So if they're doing secret mind control techniques, then we have to as well. The idea that maybe Koreans were like, can you stop murdering us? And some U.S. soldiers that were brought into these conflicts completely ignorant of any of the geopolitical forces were like, hey, maybe they have a point. Maybe they can have a point that we're here murdering millions of their citizens and torturing them and bombing all their buildings. Maybe that's bad. Perhaps we're the bad guys here. Just the fact that happened to a few people, they were like, what are these evil mind control techniques that the dastardly communists have figured out? People didn't just change their minds when they saw the horrible shit we were doing to poor people. Exactly. When American POWs were asked in Korea, please stop, you're literally murdering millions of us. Please stop doing this. Maybe some of them were like, maybe we should do that. Maybe we shouldn't do that anymore. by spouting communist propaganda, they probably said really normal stuff like we shouldn't be in this war. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I mean, Moss World. It really puts all the claims of communist countries being full of brainwashed robots into interesting context. Especially when you factor in the fact how brainwashed we all are, growing up in this media bubble in Canada or the United States or anywhere in the West, really. Like if the CIA was really interested in brainwashing people and making them into, erasing their memories and turning them into pure capitalist automatons, what they should do is just drop them into the society as babies and just inundate them with advertising and propaganda every single day of their lives about how wonderful and perfect our system is and how horrible and barbaric every other system is. Have they tried that? Oh, that's what our society is currently? Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Truly assembling the dream team of mad scientists. Ishii was arrested by United States authorities during the occupation of Japan at the end of World War II, and along with other leaders was supposed to be thoroughly interrogated by Soviet authorities. Instead, Ishii and his team managed to negotiate and receive immunity in 1946 from Japanese war crimes prosecution before the Tokyo Tribunal in exchange for their full disclosure. Ishii's immunity deal was concluded in 1948. He was never prosecuted for any war crimes, and his exact whereabouts or occupation were unknown from 1947. Richard Drayton, a Cambridge University history lecturer, claimed that Ishii later went to Maryland to advise on bioweapons. Yeah, no connection with any of that and anything that's going on in like Fort Detrick or any of these other places as well, right? They invented the word brainwashing during the Korean War because captured American military men admitted to using biological weapons, and the U.S. wanted to dismiss their confessions.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Having no conscience does wonders for your political and social clout. Hey, Midwestern Marks, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Midwestern Marks. Thanks a lot. Talking about MK Ultra. I'm from Montreal, Canada, and we were talking about how there's families in Montreal right now trying to sue the CIA for their fucking parents and grandparents being the subject of like horrific mind control experiments in the 50s, just completely unwittingly. Fort Bragg also has some interesting things going on at this time. Yeah, which is where all these people are dying now. All these soldiers are dying currently. How many fucking soldiers died in Fort Bragg in the last year or two? Dozens? Nothing weird going on there. Among these was Edwin Hill, the chief of Fort Detrick, whose report stated that the information was absolutely invaluable. It could never have been obtained in the United States because of scruples attached to experiments on humans. And the information was obtained fairly cheaply. On May 6, 1947, Douglas MacArthur wrote to Washington, D.C. that additional data, possibly some statements from Ishii, probably can be obtained by informing Japanese involved that information will be retained. Unbelievably fucked. We can look at some of the stories about Korean defectors, though. Defectors, like American defectors during the Korean War as well, because it's like, that's what kickstarted all this, and it's really actually quite cool. Some of these guys that switched sides and just lived in Korea for the rest of their lives. More soldiers died at Fort Bragg mysteriously than Fort Bragg soldiers died in actual combat during the same time. The past 2 years. Yeah, nothing weird or shady going on there. Juche gang, that's absolutely right, yes. Absolutely. And that's what I mean. It's like they had this phenomenon of American soldiers, sometimes black American soldiers, that were sent to places like Korea and told to kill Koreans who were captured and eventually renounced the United States and switched sides. And rather than examine any possible moral reasons why someone would want to do that, they immediately jumped to this conclusion that there's some kind of secret, ominous communist brainwashing experiments that are happening. And they're like, we must also start doing these same experiments. The main killer at Fort Bragg soldiers is mystery. Yeah, that's incredibly sus. It's fucking insane. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the new season of Blowback as well. Anyway, just very funny that that's in terms of like their justification, that's where it started. The fact that there was some American servicemen that were like, maybe we should stop killing Koreans because our capitalist masters told us to. Very authoritarian of the U.S. to act this way towards North Korea. I completely agree. Completely agree. It is it's very authoritarian to invade a country that just had this. We talked about Italy as well before. Korea, similar story, right? There's this organic anti-fascist movement that helps defeat the Japanese occupiers during World War II. Then after this amazing victory, what happens after the war? But the U.S. comes in and says, no, actually, arbitrarily slices the country in half, puts fascists back in charge in the South, establishes a military dictatorship in the South, and then when the North invades, they say, well, now we have to kill millions of your countrymen. Now you started the war, technically, so now we're going to go in and kill, 3 million people? That is authoritarian to do that, I think. Yes. And then when American soldiers weren't on board with this, they're like, what evil mind control experiments are going on there? We've got to start doing our own mind control experiments. Wish I could defect to DPRK. Well, eventually, Sam, when we do the TRRS meetup in Pyongyang, we can all mutually defect together. That's just a joke, though. Just a joke. I would never do such a thing. Okay.
Alarmed by the situation, the newly formed CIA allocated $25 million for psychiatric experiments on human beings.
It was the most
I'm happy you're back on TikTok, Eddie.
Conducted by the CIA in the United States. Patients at psychiatric hospitals, prisoners in federal institutions, and even people in the public were given drugs without their awareness or consent and experimented upon.
Initial projects within MKUltra included Operation Midnight Climax.
They established what were called safe houses, where prostitutes would lure men to these apartments. And then once the men were in the apartments, they were dosed with LSD. And then they were basically studied by CIA scientists, usually behind a two-way mirror.
Another common practice was the hosting and observing of LSD-induced parties with live music. These parties were called acid tests, and the culture that
Raul, I don't want to talk
played
about
a key role in the development of the hippie and psychedelic movements a few years later. However,
I mean, the whole thing about Korea calling it a monarchy. I mean, again, to me, it's just stupid. It doesn't take a lot of research to understand, what the Korean War was about, who Kim Il-sung was, and why the Kim family is still important to people in Korea. The idea that this is just purely like some kind of monarchy that no one supports, no one in the country actually likes the situation. I think if you understand a few basic things about the Kim family, you'll see, and the Korean War, you'll be like, oh yeah, it kind of actually makes sense that that's still to this day a political dynasty, right? We have political dynasties in the West, right? Because a fucking political dynasty governing Canada right now with no term limits. We could say it's the same thing. It's not surprising that the Kim family is still very important to people that live there. It isn't. And it also, I think, is, I don't want to pretend to be like an expert on how democracy actually functions in North Korea, but I also think it's very dismissive of their whole political process, or to suggest that this is some purely top-down thing. Just the same thing what we said about Stalin and what we said about the Soviet Union. We frame it as being this kind of top-down authoritarian thing. In practice, that's not actually what is going on now. I'm sure testing these drugs out at music venues has no overlapping with major musical acts being sons and daughters of U.S. military. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
some of the most damaging experiments occurred at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada. There, under the direction of infamous Scottish-American psychiatrist Dr. Ewan Cameron, unsuspecting patients, many of whom had common ailments such as
it's like a 15-minute drive from where I live.
Aggressive drug cocktails and extreme techniques.
My father was a victim of Dr. Cameron. He was a 27-year-old, healthy skier, canoeer, very athletic. And
even with China, he's sort of fair. I don't know why he keeps being so adamant about DPRK, like he's not some stupid uninformed guy. I just think it's been like used as like to bully people, basically. It's like, oh, you're on the left, you're probably one of these wackos that supports North Korea. And I think for a lot of people, it just becomes easier to be like, no, of course not. Rather than try and have that conversation. You know what I mean? And like, I can understand, no, I can't actually, but like, that's always been my thing, where I think if you make these concessions to people, if you make these concessions to be like, oh yeah, no, you're wrong about socialism, but you're right about North Korea, I just feel like you're losing your own argument by making these concessions to people. When you say, no, socialism is actually good and US imperialism is bad, but everything you say about North Korea is of course true, because you don't want to be called a tanky or whatever, you don't, this like wacko leftist. It kind of undermines the whole project. That's why I say I always like to compare North Korea to Cuba, right? A lot of the things that we hear about North Korea, identical to the arguments about Cuba. It's this authoritarian single state. For a long time, it was just Castro running it. It's like a family thing. Just the Castro family. They commit all these human rights violations. People are starving. There's crackdown on the press. People say the same shit. And so I don't understand if you're on the left in the West or whatever, and you correctly say like, well, I think they're lying about when they talk about Cuba this way. And you correctly point to like sanctions and the blockade of Cuba as being an explanation for why things have developed this way. Right? People have a very easy time doing this. And then when the exact arguments are made about North Korea, that's when they go, no, I'm not one of these crazy North Korean supporters, and they immediately start like agreeing with it. Both have extensive sanctions placed on them by the US for about the same amount of time. That's why I don't understand, if you're on the left, you can't just like give the basic support and solidarity that you show to Cuba, you show it to North Korea as well. I don't think it should be that hard, but I guess for some people it becomes very difficult. I know these guys lie about literally everything to serve their own interests, but this time it's different. You got to trust me. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. They lie all the time, except this time they're telling the truth, though. We here at Not the CIA love it when y'all start calling each other tanky. That's right. Thank you, Not CIA Agent 1312. Orientalism, plain and simple, because to admit that is to suggest either the rest of the population is complicit or that they're a bloc who, despite having their numbers, don't want to overthrow their oppressors because they're brainwashed. Yeah, that's right. That's part of it, right? Is you're giving right into that kind of... It's an Orientalist trope, but it's also an anti-communist trope about the brainwashing. They're just they're all brainwashed, right? It's literally, it's like out of 1950s Red Scare shit. It's very strange to me. That's the thing. I think it's important. That's why I think it's important to talk about this and, just show, even if you don't think that it's great, or if you think that everything's not perfect, or you disagree with things, or whatever criticism you have living in the West. I think if you're on the left, you should show this kind of basic support and solidarity to this country that's been it's a victim. That's how I try to tell myself, right? This is a country, North Korea. It is a victim of Western imperialism, which we've benefited from. So we should, just on that level, on that basic level, show a little bit of support and solidarity to this country that's been victimized for decades by Western imperialism.
And he had asthma. They told him
West
if he went to the
again,
Allen Memorial, they could cure his asthma.
My father Charles was
you can't support North
patient
Korea.
to Dr. Cameron's. He had a trigeminal neuralgia, it's called, where there's a pain in the temple that radiates into the jaw that apparently is excruciatingly painful. They told him that it was psychosomatic, which it's not, but in those days, what did they know? So they sent him to a shrink. This shrink that he went to was working with Cameron, although we didn't know. So he put my father right into the program.
I was having trouble with my parents. My father and my stepmother decided to put me in the Allen Memorial Institute. They had no idea what went on in there.
Okay, debate board. Debate board, I think, is somehow shadow banned. That's how debate board is being treated by the whoever, the AI or the mods or whatever. I don't even know. I don't even understand why that's going on. But debate board says, what benefit has the West derived by this imperialism against the Norks, which is a fucked up way of, I think, referring to the people of North Korea. But we've benefited, to answer your question, that's not even appearing in the chat, we've benefited by the global economic system being perpetually propagated. And countries that have tried to create an alternative to that, or have tried to, because not only does North Korea have their own system that's opposed to that, they've also shown a lot of support for like anti-colonial movements in Africa. They've shown a lot of support for, Palestinians, for other groups that have tried to struggle against imperialism. So we've benefited from this global system being kept in place at gunpoint. And some of the people that were holding at gunpoint in order to enforce this economic system is the people of North Korea. Same with Cuba, Venezuela, and elsewhere. Right? We benefit from this global system being kept in place. And it's held in place through force. And anytime a country has tried to move against that, either in their own borders or trying to show support to other movements, we punish them even further with sanctions, demonization, propaganda, blockades. We intentionally starve people in North Korea, and then we blamed them for their own starvation. Like that's how sick that is.
I was 16 when I was there.
Dr. Cameron pursued a concept he called depatterning, which was meant to reduce patients to an infantile psychological state wherein doctors could take advantage of the person's cognitive vulnerability to attempt to rebuild their mind under the doctor's control. A popular method of choice to achieve this was called psychic driving.
The day that my father was brought to the hospital, they immediately put him on insulin to put him into like an insulin coma. They took clips from the interview with the shrink and put it on tape to run a loop under his pillow while he was put into this sleep treatment.
He also was put in an insulin coma for 36 days with a recording beside him saying that your mother hates you over and over and over and over and over.
That was beside my bed constantly, repeated 250,000 and 500,000 times.
Another common method was the use of extreme Page-Russell electroshock therapy.
Page-Russell shock treatment is approximately 40 to 75 times the strength of a normal shock treatment. So it's really designed to wipe out the memory.
He received 54 high voltage shock treatments, followed by 54 grand mal seizures.
After 27 days of this, they said that they were discouraged because he still had ties to his former life, in that he was asking to see his wife. They decided to give him more Page-Russell shock treatments and put him to sleep. He was asking to see his wife.
He is quite, in the notes, he is quite antagonistic against his hospitalization and not willing to accept a psychiatric diagnosis. Yeah, no shit. Otherwise, it sounded really pleasant. I'm not surprised.
They decided to give him more Page-Russell shock treatments and put him to sleep for another 30 days.
When patients were released from the Allen Memorial, they and their families' lives would never be the same again.
Well, there's a lot I could not remember after I got out of the Allen. When my family came, I was a zombie. I didn't even know who they were.
he never came out the same. He had a blank look in his eye. He didn't know who we were. He didn't know we were his daughters. He lost his job. We went into poverty after he came out.
He had said in his interview with the shrink that I was the apple of his eye. And after he came home, he started beating me not long after.
In 1973, the MKUltra program was terminated, and some of the evidence of its activities was systematically erased.
The whole thing was basically discovered because of a whistleblower named John Marks, who wrote the first book really about the program called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. There were congressional hearings here in the United States in the mid-70s after it had been exposed. And during those hearings, the CIA finally admitted that this program existed. They admitted that it was probably not the right thing to do, but they feigned innocence.
Despite the congressional hearings and marginal interest in the subject in popular culture, most MKUltra survivors suffered in silence, taking their trauma with them to the grave. Today, having received no formal apology or compensation, the children of some survivors are pursuing a class action lawsuit against the institutions they deem responsible.
The CIA knew that it was breaking, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
They all were behind it. They all knew what they were doing, but they weren't doing it out of care or love. They were doing it out of military and political reasons.
I am on medication now because of what happened to me when I was 16. I have not had any compensation or apology. I want everyone to know in Canada what went on in that horrible, horrible hospital.
While historians and survivors have exposed MKUltra's exploits to the world, much remains unknown about its extent and wider impact. Given the highly sensitive nature of the program's activity, it is likely this will remain the case for years to come.
Pretty crazy stuff. Pretty fucking depraved. By the way, the origins for MKUltra were investigations and research into coercion and interrogation techniques. The one methods they found was both cost-effective and reliable was drug dependence and inducing withdrawal symptoms in Project Artichoke. Now we know the CIA is filled with drugs and drug money. Yeah. This is incredibly fucked up, but on a lighter note, it will be interesting to see the effortlessness Rob uses to pivot from this to the sub shilling. As if I would ever dream of shilling for subs.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Tonight.
What is this here? What is this? Selassie I. Thank you very much for the Prime. Here for the Sankara emote. Thank you, Selassie. Thank you for the Prime sub. Lots of great emotes on this channel. Okay, the Sankara, of course, a great one. Bunch of other wonderful emotes, though, which you can see here, including Kim Il-sung. I believe this is the only Kim Il-sung emote that you can get on this entire platform of Twitch. So, in case you ever want to use that.
Tonight, U.S. officials tell CNN they won't comment on their analysis of this stunning North Korean propaganda tape. The video features two brothers of American heritage in Pyongyang, speaking in what one expert calls a North Korean accent, as they pledge their loyalty to Kim Jong-un and slam the United States.
The American imperialism. The United States wants to conquer the world, pursuing anti-North Korean policy, trying to take over Asia.
U.S.-based sources say the story of how these men, who are actually half American, came to support the North Korean dictator began more than 50 years ago, before they were born. Ted and James Dresnok are the sons of James Joseph Dresnok, a former American soldier who defected to North Korea in 1962.
Broke, the two Michaels woke, these guys. These guys are legends.
The United States must abandon its anti-North Korean policy. It's done a lot of bad things.
The brothers were born in North Korea and by all accounts have never lived outside the country. James Dresnok says he's a captain in the North Korean army.
I am not sure that this is actually real. It might as well just be a propaganda ploy.
According they can't even understand this idea. Look at this guy. The Committee for Human Rights in North Korea. Who funds you, sir? Who funds you? They can't even fathom this idea. One, you got two white Americans saying that America's bad. They grew up in North Korea and they think America's bad. What? What? They've lived in North Korea their whole lives. That means their opinion doesn't matter. They don't know better. I'm not sure that this is actually real. Yeah, it's just not real. No. It just can't be. This can't be real. This can't be real. Who funds the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea? I wonder. We can actually look right now.
Ploy.
According to analysts and published reports, Ted and James's father, James Dresnok Sr., deserted his U.S. Army unit and walked across the DMZ in 1962 because he feared a court-martial over a forged signature. They say the North Koreans arranged a marriage for him with a Romanian woman, Doina Bumba. Ted and James were born about 20 years later. Their mother reportedly died in 1997. But their father, James Dresnok Sr., is believed to be still alive in North Korea and appeared in this 2006 documentary. Human rights advocate Greg Scarlato knows Ted and James Dresnok's extended family.
Although they have lived their entire lives under very strict surveillance, they have been protected to a certain extent because they're such a great propaganda asset.
The brothers and their father have acted in North Korean propaganda movies, playing the evil American. As for this interview, it's not clear if the Dresnok brothers were forced to say those things or if they really believe them.
Remember, these two brothers were actually born in...
There we go. Early members of the board of directors included individuals with varying political affiliations and policy descriptions, including Chuck Downs, Nicholas Eberstad of the AEI, Carl Greshman, president of the National Endowment for Democracy. What a shocker. What a shocker. Morton I. Abramowitz, former president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace think tank, and Samantha Power, one of the Obama administration's proponents for 2011 military intervention in Libya. There's totally this nonpartisan organization, though, definitely. What a big surprise that they're involved in that kind of stuff.
In North Korea. It's the only world that they know. And whatever they were told about the outside world, I'm certain, was very limited and purposely chosen and selected.
Maybe they were told basic facts about the Korean War. Maybe they were told just basic facts, which are historically documented facts about the Korean War. I would actually really like to go to the exhibit, some of the museums and exhibits in North Korea, like about the war and stuff. The War of American Aggression or whatever they refer to it as. The problem is that the brothers haven't tasted that sweet American freedom air. That's right. They're brainwashed. It's the only thing they've ever known. They're just brainwashed. Samantha Power is head of USAID now too. Yeah, wonderful. Maybe they were told homeless and starving people all over the U.S. they funnel missiles and weapons of war all over the world and murder communists. That would be crazy if they were told weird, fucked up lies like that.
Human rights advocate Greg Scarlato says he doesn't think James and Ted Dresnok would be allowed to leave North Korea even if they wanted to. Now, would their father be punished by the U.S. military if he left? We got no immediate comment from the Pentagon on that. Another American defector, Charles Jenkins, was court-martialed by the U.S. Army when he left North Korea, but he was sentenced to only 25 days. The Pentagon has said there have been at least 4 American GIs who left their units and defected to North Korea since the 1960s.
James Dresnok. Look at this. We're going to see some of this horrible,
How have you been since we last
horrible
spoke?
brainwashing
Oh, very good,
this man's
thank you.
been subjected to. You think the
A
CIA was
little
bad?
angry,
There's nothing
but
like
very
nothing
good.
compared to this.
김일성 동지 혁명사당 만세!
The most inaccessible anti-American country in the world. Look at this kind of shit that they put on museums. A country ruled by one man, controlled by one party, under the protection of one army.
In 1962, a U.S. soldier sent to guard the peace in South Korea undertook an extraordinary journey.
Crazy that in North Korea they don't want to open up their government to all these kinds of pro-Yankee, pro-imperialist parties whose explicit purpose is to overthrow the whole country and open up the borders for the Americans to finally fucking finish the job from the 1950s. Unbelievable that this authoritarian country doesn't allow this type of stuff to go on in their government. Very spoopy, beeps and boops. It's true.
At the height of the Cold War, he deserted his unit, walked across the most heavily fortified area on Earth, and defected to an alien communist state, North Korea. The existence of an American defector living in the heart of the Cold War enemy was denied for decades by both the U.S. and North Korean governments.
The alien
I've been an orphan all my life. I wanted to run away and get something to do. And once I made up my mind to do something, I did it.
A coveted star of the propaganda machine, this man has ingratiated himself in a system that perpetuates hatred of the U.S. and subordinates...
It perpetuates hatred of the U.S. How can anyone think to live in this horrible place? Can you believe they perpetuate hatred of the U.S.? Oh my goodness. What did the U.S. do in this country again? Well, let's not think about that too much. Don't worry about that. Definitely don't open a book and learn about what happened in the Korean War. Definitely. They only perpetuate this hatred of the U.S. because they're evil. They're evil, brainwashed Asians. That's the only reason. How come these freaks want a sovereign country instead of a military occupation? Why aren't they chill with us killing 20% of their population? I don't know, Tagahahu. I don't know. It must be because they're brainwashed. They're brainwashed by their theocratic government. If they were free to make their own choices, obviously they would love the U.S. I can't believe they would perpetuate this hatred of the U.S. That's disgusting to me. When I was getting out of the military, people kept asking what I was going to do. And I just kept saying I'd been contacted by an aviation firm in North Korea that's working with the military. People would correct me south, and I'd say, yeah, sure. Sounds pretty good, Ross. Let's all defect to North Korea as a joke. Just as a prank.
The individual to the state and the leader. Who was this man? Where had he come from? What had possibly possessed him to turn his back on America, defect to the North Korean communists, and live under their protection to this day?
What could possibly possess someone
You
to stop
gentlemen, I believe
murdering?
you because you come here and you want the truth. I want you to have the truth. You just ask the questions and not far away. I'm going to start a cigarette. Yes, thank you. The story I'm telling you now, I just want to put a little stress. I'm telling you, I've never told no one. Anyone. I have never regretted coming to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I feel at home. I really feel at home. I was just a regular soldier. And then I give it up and came over. I wouldn't trade it for nothing.
It's obviously been brainwashed. These are the kind of sophisticated brainwashing techniques they employ in this horrible place. Very frightening.
I think you know the Workers' Party mark. The hammer represents the worker, the brush represents the intellectual, and the sickle represents the farmer.
Yes, it does.
James Joseph Dresnok, or Joe as he prefers to be called, has spent twice as long in North Korea as he has in America. Korean is the language he uses most in his daily life.
Oh my god, he lives in North Korea and he speaks Korean? Now I've heard everything. The eerie music is very funny.
Once in a great while I come in and look around. Otherwise, just sit in the bus and let my wife do the shopping. 난 어디 가서 옷 만드는 것도 마음이 없는데, 너무한테만 해야 마음이 있다. 나보다 더 큰 사람 옷을 만들어 봤는가?
This guy's so cool. Cannot conceive of speaking a
It
language
has a
other
great
than
meaning.
it's fucked.
For the people, of the people, and by the people. Everything would be built and done in the city under the teachings of the great leader.
It was 1962 when Dresnok was last in America. Kennedy was president, gas was 31 cents a gallon, and man was 7 years away from landing on the moon.
아이만 있으면 장난을 많이 하죠. 말 말라요. 개와 고양이입니다.
아들은 어느 학교에 다닙니까?
외국어 대학. 3학년.
무슨 말을 배워요?
영어.
대나고 즐겨하지 않는 모양입니다.
난 뭐 글쎄 좀 편안하면 이것은 심심풀이.
심심풀이입니까?
그럼. Everyone has to adapt themselves to their life. It's no difference than a man in society, a young man. He goes in the military. But in the military, you don't have no freedom. You're on duty 24 hours a day.
This is a dude's rock moment.
and you have to adapt yourself to the organizational life. So it's the same with leaving one country and going to another country. One has to adapt himself. At first you might find it rather difficult, but as a little times pass, it's not so hard a thing to do.
Those are fake fish.
Korea is the Cold War's final frontier. Panmunjom, its most visible symbol of continued division.
Those fish are paid actors.
Here, along the Korean demilitarized zone, nearly 2 million soldiers still face each other, ready for war at any time. The DMZ was described by President Clinton as the scariest place on Earth.
I thought you guys were joking. I think you're right.
In 1950, Korea experienced at firsthand the brutal realities of the Cold War, a clash of ideologies that would devastate the peninsula and divide it to this day.
Never joke about Christians.
The Korean War was one of the most vicious of the 20th century. An estimated 4 million people, many of them civilians, were killed in 3 years of fighting.
That's a lot.
The U.S. led the support for the South, whilst the North was backed by the Red Alliance of the Soviet Union and newly communist China.
And interesting as well, the kind of little trick there. These civilians were killed in the war, in the clashes. Oh, they just happened to... Who killed them? Well, we don't need to get into the details of that. They just died. They just died as part of this inevitable consequence. What side were the civilians on? I would like them to address these questions. If they actually addressed these questions, maybe we would understand more about why some Americans decided to defect to this country.
Hostilities ended with Korea still split along the 38th parallel, but a peace treaty has never been signed. The Korean War became known in the West as the Forgotten War. In North Korea, it is the victorious Fatherland Liberation War.
You sure forgot
the
war
about it. Left an indelible stain on the psyche of both sides. In North Korea, the indiscriminate bombing and tales of atrocities by the U.S. were seen as examples of the aggressive and criminal nature of U.S.
You gotta go to these
imperialism.
exhibits. This would be so cool.
In the West, counter-stories of atrocities on civilians.
There doesn't seem to be any more. Anyway, that is interesting, isn't it, though? Nearly 4 million civilians were killed. Well, who, though? Who was killed? Well, we don't know. Who's responsible? Well, we don't know. I don't know. Let's not think about that too much. Here's the full doc. Oh, it's pretty long, though. Did we just watch this entire documentary? Can we do that? Can we just watch this entire documentary today? Is that something we can do?
How have you been since we last spoke?
The West as the Forgotten War. In North Korea, it is the victorious Fatherland Liberation War. The war left an indelible stain on the psyche of both sides.
This is some guy
in North
robbing me,
Korea,
so some
the
leftist
indiscriminate
based in
bombing
Canada.
and tales
I
of
was
atrocities.
turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Hello, Majority Report. Thank you very much for the raid. Bring it on in here, Raiders. Thank you for joining the stream today. How is it going? I'm Rob. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So how did we get started talking about this? We were talking about MK Ultra the MK Ultra program, where of course the CIA conducted a bunch of illegal and horrifying mind control experiments, which happened a lot in Montreal. And I'm from Montreal. There's a connection there. There's currently some Montreal families that are trying to sue the CIA because their parents and grandparents were literally like had their brains erased by this like horrific, invasive mind control experiments that the CIA were running. Why were they doing that though? Part of the reason they were doing it was because they were having these incidents, particularly in Korea, where American soldiers were defecting to the North, or they were being brought back to America, and they were espousing all kinds of communist propaganda, such as we should not murder 3 million people in Korea. And it got them to wondering, like, if they're brainwashing everyone over there, we got to brainwash people here. We got to learn these devious communist mind control techniques, which is what led to MK Ultra. But we're just watching this documentary right now about one of these American defectors who lived in North Korea his whole life and whose kids live in North Korea. And we saw an interesting clip from CNN showing his like full-grown kids, speaking Korean, and they act in like North Korean propaganda films and stuff, and kind of saying like, how could they possibly? They must be brainwashed too. And I think kind of getting into the idea of like learning about the Korean War and wondering about why exactly some of these soldiers maybe were inclined to switch sides and to join to defect to the DPRK. And this documentary is exploring one of these guys.
Atrocities by the U.S. were seen as examples of the aggressive and criminal nature of U.S. imperialism.
These exhibits
in
look
the
really
West,
cool in the
counter
War
stories
Museum.
of atrocities on civilians and mistreatment of prisoners of war was proof of the evils of communism. The gruesome experience of Korea confirmed to many in the U.S. that the spread of communism was to be prevented at all costs.
See, that's fucked, though. That is very fucked. The gruesomeness of the war is evidence for how communism needs to be defeated. When the whole war started, because the United States didn't want to see communism or socialism take root in Korea, that's why they arbitrarily divided the country. That's why they provoked this war in the first place. In which, again, nearly 4 million civilians were killed as a result of this war. And the idea that that's more of an evidence of why we need to fight communism. That's talk about being brainwashed. You'd have to be extremely brainwashed to believe that. This capitalist gruesomeness is why communism has to be defeated. Do you think I'm going to trust the esteemed Christian Slater or some sick individual from Canada?
In the West, counter stories of atrocities on civilians and mistreatment of prisoners of war was
mistreatment of prisoners of war. Jesus. The ones who killed the most in the war were the Americans, but sure, the devastation was because of the communists. Not just Americans, but Canadians as well. Comrade social distancing. There were Canadian soldiers that were committing horrific sex crimes in the South during the war. This is like a very common part. There was this very common part of what was going on with these Western war efforts. There were Canadian soldiers that were accused of committing these horrific sex crimes.
Proof of the evils of communism. The gruesome experience of Korea confirmed to many in the U.S. that the spread
That's
of
fucked up
communism
to start the war, then call it the gruesome
costs.
experience. They literally they killed 4 million people.
Throughout the 1950s, the inherent duty of every honorable American was to be anti-communist.
The gruesome way that we murdered them proves we should kill them all.
This is Side Views on the News. Stories of the unusual and the commonplace. At the present time, I'm in the home of Mr. C.T. Overstreet, who is the foster father of James Joseph Dresnock, the 20-year-old PFC who reportedly, or we probably should say allegedly, has defected to the North Korean Communists.
I've not heard about Canadian atrocities in Korea. It's good, really good to read. I've talked to Tyler Shipley on the show before, but his book, Canada in the World, a really excellent resource to understand all the horrible things that Canada's been part of, and South Korea is a part of that story. I visited Rob's house and shit all over the floor. His house is so dirty, I can't believe it. Look at this shit everywhere.
I remember it very well.
What kind of a boy was he growing up?
He was a normal boy, average boy. Sometimes he was mischievous, but you could always find a tear of repentance in his eye.
I was the son of a worker's family. My father was a worker, my mother was a housewife, and they fought like cats and dogs. She wanted to be free, so we left. She stayed in the bars and on the streets day and night. We slept, eat, and drank everything in the backseat of the car. They found her in Atlanta, Georgia. We returned back to Richmond. My father had to find a wife to take care of 2 children, so he sent my brother to where my grandfather lived. He went there and I went to my aunt's house. They didn't really want me, so I kept running away. I wanted to go home. They told my aunt, there's no need for you to take care of him anymore. You will take him home this Sunday. I walked in the house. This new wife hollered, oh, you ain't have but one son. Where did this one come from? They have an old folks home in the city itself, and they took me there. My father told me he would be back, but I never saw him again. Never laid my eyes on him. And then my orphan life began, which was a living hell. I learned one thing: wherever I went, it was still the same. I wanted to run away. I wanted to go far. So I stole about $20 and a bicycle. I was taken to court. I was on parole for 6 years. A juvenile delinquency school was not considered suitable.
It's okay to condone North Korea here, Styles.
Wait a minute.
Nothing wrong with that.
This is Glen Allen, Virginia. Old Man Overstreet's house.
That's the thing. Economically, it's not like things could be worse for him, but also he's being sent to like murder and kill on behalf of this empire. That's probably a factor as well. Just not wanting to do that.
He was not an adopted child.
But you raised him for a number of years.
Yes, as we have many others.
He came into the home and I was appointed his buddy. And went upstairs, showed him where his bed would be, where he could put his clothes. And we just hit it off. I really don't know yet why we hit it off so well.
That's Sonny Jeter. How people can change.
Mr. Overstreet told me that he was affectionately known to his foster children as Big Papa, and I think we can certainly appreciate that.
Big Papa was a Presbyterian preacher. He opened his home to these kids, and we really had nowhere else to go. He was fair, stern. If you did wrong, you got punished. But back in the 50s, everybody got punished. But it's hard to explain to people to be young and have absolutely nothing. Nothing. He had nothing really to call his own but what was on his back. And he may have just taken them off somebody's clothesline just to have something on his back.
Joe has been carefully raised to be a full-fledged American. He was bitter against communism, and that as long as he lived, he wanted to fight communism.
Dresnach was not only a child of the Cold War, but also a child of the South. He enlisted for military service on his 17th birthday.
The Army at that point was the only option for
it does kind of sound like he was brainwashed.
No education,
Squash.
living in the circumstances in which he found himself. The military in general is a place in which an awful lot of kids in Dresnach's situation have found their salvation, have found their way.
These are just these are totally non-brainwashed,
father figure
normal people here.
Kids who lack that.
I thought I'd be a freer man, but really, you're not. It's tighter.
I said, Joe, it's going to get straightened out now. At least in the military, he could get some training, some education.
You can count on me.
I thought he was going on the way. I think he did
to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Metal Kitty Mom.
On leave from basic training,
6 months of Tier 1.
proposed to a girl he recently
Thanks,
met in
Metal
church.
Kitty Mom.
Marriage would help erase the memories of his childhood abandonment.
Getting married, good idea. So I went out to the home. He got married in the living room. Big Pop married him. Joe in his Army uniform, Big Pop, the master of ceremony.
Yes, that's where I married Kathleen Marie Ringwood.
I thought it was the marriage. Okay, Joe's got that mate. He's got what he needs. I sure wish it had been.
Dresnach soon received orders to his posting in West Germany. By the time he returned, he discovered that 2 years serving his country overseas had taken its toll on his marriage.
Sorry, Joe. I got me a new lover. I was clean for 2 years. 2 years I didn't put my hands on a prostitute or any girl. For the simple fact that I loved her.
She ran off. I think she took his heart with her. I think he was just totally brokenhearted.
I'm only glad of one thing. She didn't become pregnant.
We should watch MASH.
I swore in my life I'd never leave my children.
Hey, in all honesty, though, while I do enjoy talking about this, and this is an interesting story, I don't think I can do an hour and a half of this documentary. Maybe we can get to the defection part, and then we can move on to something else.
With his marriage over, Dresnach immediately re-enlisted. In May 1962, he was posted to South Korea.
You're mash pilled?
The time I left Richmond, I was fed up. I didn't want nothing. If I died or lived, I didn't care.
The Korean War, still fresh in everyone's memories, had to all intents and purposes never ended. The armistice had established the Demilitarized Zone, the DMZ, a 2.5-mile deep buffer filled with landmines that ran the 150-mile width of Korea, cutting off north from south.
MX Vivian Wolf, you're very negative. Very negative person.
But the peace remained fragile.
Jeez.
And mutual hatred continued to exist along the
I guess you must have traveled, I'm sure you've traveled a lot around Korea, North Korea, and talked to a lot of people from there, right? To have this like, really concrete, firm understanding of how the society and culture works there and everything, right? Yeah, why isn't Twitch in North Korea? Probably because they correctly realize that they don't have their youth subjected to this absolute garbage that exists on this platform day in, day out. they've correctly made the decision to prevent their youth from being exposed to this horrific, horrific capitalist crap. Oh boy.
It seemed inevitable that sooner or later one side would invade and enforce its system and ideology on the other. Long before Vietnam, Korea was the Cold War's frontline flashpoint in Asia and America's most visible commitment in the war on communism.
Why would Western media ever distort my perception of a socialist state? You see, I'm immune to propaganda.
But I found out on the DMZ it didn't. They were still going at it.
The DMZ was a war zone. I mean, there were regular incursions across that line by the North Koreans, and people were getting
Shame
killed.
people don't have this kind of energy for neoliberal dystopias like South Korea.
Hazards
Very true.
to someone walking
Wonder
the
why that
line were
is.
very real.
We were being attacked
Very
at
strange.
night by North Koreans, throw hand grenades
The
at
one
us
thing the
and so forth.
DPRK needs more than anything else is live
Forwards
stream
in the
fails.
DMZ
That's
made it
right.
very difficult because the bad guys would come within grenade range. You'd never know they were there until the grenade went off.
This was what it was, engineer tape, a little wider. That said, okay, you're on this side, you're on the south. If you're on that side, you're on the north. And that's all we had. And that's how you walked your patrols. When the North Koreans felt in a bad mood or they wanted to see if they could inflict any punishment, they would change it. They would take the tape and move it back, or maybe even move it forward. And that way, if they shot you, they could say, hey, he was on our side, he was here.
He lived, slept, ate, and trained and everything in the DMZ himself. During your A week, you'd be on ambush patrols. We'd run about 55 to 60 ambush patrols during that week. During B week, we'd man about 6 outposts, 24 hours a day, backed up with the reaction force. During C week, we'd train. Had one day off, then we'd start all over again.
South Korea was a desperately poor country, struggling to rebuild after the devastation of war. For GIs, there was little variety during non-duty hours. Most invariably spent their time in local villages, where the entertainment was aimed at Americans with dollars to spend.
They all had a girlfriend down in the Ville, and these little ladies of the night would entertain them at any time. So their big thing
It's crazy
was
that
get
people in
off
Korea
duty
aren't
and get
fans of
down to
these
the village.
guys.
You're gonna live good, you gotta live it up.
That's just wild.
And that's where all my
They should probably mention too after the war how they put the Japanese back in charge as well.
being divorced.
They put the
I tried
fascist
to make
Japanese
up
back in
every
charge.
minute and every second that I didn't spend with my wife.
In Last Chance Village, across the river, there were more women than we had men in our entire battalion. There were more prostitutes. The commanding general in our welcoming speech from him said, look at the man on your left, now look at the man on your right. He says,
How
"Those
could
two
this
men are
man,
gonna
how
have
could this
VD before they
American
leave
man want to
Korea."
leave these beautiful,
About right,
wonderful
that's what the VD rate we're
freedom fighters? How could he be brainwashed with this anti-American ideology? That's so disgusting.
I'd been serving on the stakeout posts.
Why would the Kims be looked so highly upon from a people who were treated like dogs and kept as slaves
They
by
decided
Imperial
to
Japan?
Let us go to the village,
Good question.
have some fun.
We actually can't,
According
there's
to
actually
the
no
company
captions on this,
commander,
Slodan.
It was
Unavailable on
only
this one.
the stakeout NCO to go on pass.
Dresnok needed to talk to me. He was in love with the young woman down in the Ville.
There
We're the
was one
baddies.
girl
Everything we do
very
is to make the
nice.
world worse. If we say a country's
Good
bad,
looking.
they're probably good.
And
Pretty easy way to
Just
go
the
about figuring
average
this stuff
relations.
out.
I said, well, whatever it is, Dresnok, you can't go. I'm not going to replace you. You've got these guys depending on you.
Well, he gave me the hard lip. He's an officer. I just went down and made my own slip again, signed my post sergeant's signature, forgery, and I went on pass.
Maybe two things can be bad at the same time. So you hate South Korea and North Korea. Very brave. Very brave stance. You know, we may have gone into this country and killed 4 million people. And they've developed their whole society since the 50s, literally at gunpoint, with the evil, fascist, imperialist country that committed mass murder in their borders, directly parked in the demilitarized zone, aiming nuclear weapons at them. And they've developed their society for now 70 years under these conditions, with economic warfare being waged constantly in the form of sanctions and blockades, very intentionally limiting their ability to feed and clothe and house their own citizens. And then you're going to sit there and say, like, well, fuck them, though, because they're authoritarian. Fuck the authoritarian government. When this is the conditions that they've developed under. So you say, absolutely lift the sanctions, but also fuck them, but also fuck the South. This, to me, is like this is a kind of an incomprehensible stance you've kind of developed on this. I don't know.
The next morning, about 7, the first sergeant came in and said, Dresnok was in the village last night. So I said, have Dresnok in my office at 8 o'clock. Dresnok comes in and, you know, he was a nice-looking big guy and he had a boyish grin. He looks at me and he says, you know, sir, you can't do anything to me. I said, pardon me?
Very principled, taking no side at all.
He said,
I got to take a side sometimes.
I said, Dresnok, be back here at 3 o'clock. We're going to read the charge sheets, and I fully intended to court-martial him.
Hey, there's the orphan, the poor boy.
It's really funny how the editing with like the spooky sound effects and the lighting as well.
What am I? Am I a slave? To hell with this.
Imperialism is bad, but what if resisting imperialism is imperfect? It makes you think, yeah.
I was fed up with my childhood, my marriage, my military life. Everything. I was finished.
Jindalia, yes I do. Yes I do now. Okay. I do. So I stand on the side of the people who suffer under these insane regimes. Well, I guess my point is, when it comes to these things, is that since we live in the West and we live in the countries that were responsible for invading Korea in the first place and partitioning Korea in the first place and sanctioning and blockading Korea, I think if you want to criticize these regimes, which I guess you can be free to do, number one, we don't actually know all that much about it. Everything that we know about what actually happens in these countries is 100% as a result of this like North Korean defector testimony, which even the fucking Guardian has written about how these testimonies are not reliable. There's this whole cottage industry in place in the South of like the South Korean intelligence along with the CIA bribing and ironically brainwashing people and encouraging people to literally paying them. The crazier the stories they are, the crazier the stories are, the more they get. And they're becoming sucked into this kind of defector celebrity complex which exists in South Korea. So we don't even know, we don't really even totally understand how living under these regimes has affected people, number one. And number two, I guess that's my point, is that if you think that these regimes are bad and terrible, what we have to do is recognize the role that we've played in creating these exact conditions. We have to recognize the role that we've played in creating the conditions for these quote unquote regimes to develop in this way. And we should encourage our governments to no longer sanction or blockade these countries. And I'm a little hesitant, I think, to start talking trash about these official Western enemies, considering the way that we know American and Western imperialism lies about these places. They lie about North Korea. They lie about Cuba. They lied about the Soviet Union. They lie about China. They lie about Venezuela. That doesn't mean that these places are perfect. I don't think that these places are perfect. I think it's unlikely, especially because they're poor, right? They're poor countries, partially because of sanctions and blockades. But that's my primary thing, is that I'm not just going to sit here and denounce the suffering that happens under these regimes when A, we're responsible for a lot of this, a lot of the hard, a lot of the difficulties that people have that live in this country are a direct result of our own sanctions and our own, political and military forces. And we just don't know for sure exactly what is going on, because everything that we know about this country is 100% because of this defector testimony complex, which is not reliable. You said we need to take it with a pinch of salt. I would say we don't need to take it with a pinch of salt. We need to literally just assume that it's lies, first and foremost. Because this is what like defectors from Korea or from Cuba or whoever else, or Soviet Union or wherever, dissidents, are not reliable when it comes from these official state enemies. So I just don't believe it. Not to say that it's perfect, but I don't believe the stories that we hear. And I also recognize the role that the West has played in creating the difficult conditions there in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Cypher, sir.
There's only one place to go. On August 15th at noon, in broad daylight, when everybody was eating lunch, I hit the road. Yes, I was afraid. Am I going to live or die? Everybody wants to live. If I say I did not, lying. But at that time, life wasn't so precious. And when I stepped into the minefield and I seen it with my own eyes, I started sweating. I crossed over, looking for my new life. Resnick, come back. Go to hell, son of a bitches, and I let one round fly, but it wouldn't go that far nohow. But it scared the shit out of him because he hit the ground.
I got a call from Battle Group. They said there was a big guy in fatigue uniforms. He was carrying a shotgun, and he was going along, and he'd pick this up and he'd fire. And I said, was he a real big guy? They said, yeah.
Dresnock.
서대장 동지로부터 우리 분대가 전투 진지에 진입할 때 대한 명령을 내렸습니다.
I walked at a very fast speed, and I moved right on through.
그러면서 키 높은 그 세차밭으로 왼자가 우리 쪽으로 지금 오고 있다고 이렇게 보고가 됐습니다.
I got my rear end up the trail. I found the outpost for the Korean People's Army, and I followed.
점점 들어오기 시작합니다. 그래서 그때 분대장 동지가 앞으로 그때는 썰같이 나가서 이제 나가 보니까 아이 즉 포위하니까 이거 보니까 뜻밖에도 미국 놈이었습니다.
I was worried. Why? Maybe someone would be trigger happy.
길에서 그지 평창으로 뛰고 보고 정말 난도질하고 그런 생각이 들 것 같은데. 나하고 저 미국 놈들한테 부모를 다 잃은 그런 사람이기 때문에 그저 죽이려고 이제 칠 것인가 이게 어떻게 할 것인가. 근데 우리 분대장들과 자제하라. 어쨌든 체포했으니까. 그래서 그런 감정을 좀 누르고 있었습니다.
I want to get one of these
Blindfolded
posters.
me right then, tied me right then, and up the hill we went.
Well, I figured he was, at some time, he was going to come back and he was going to claim that he was hunting and got on the wrong side of the tape and they captured him. So I thought, if he comes back with that lame excuse, I'm going to hang him. I'm going to court-martial that guy when he comes back. Well, how long's that been now? 43 years?
Owned.
They put me in a room, I don't know what it was. Couldn't see. I was there for one day, then I come to Pena. Of course, on the guard. At that stage, I was a POW. I went into interrogation immediately. I hadn't been in South Korea long enough to know that much. The only thing I could tell them, which they already knew, was the position of the company or administration or personnel. I could tell them that. Atomic weapons and where, I know they're there, but where they're at, I didn't know. The interrogation went for quite a while.
Old
Then
Dutch,
they
I don't know what I
realized,
expected.
No, it's true.
I don't know
He
what I
wasn't there
expected.
long enough to know it.
And listen, for anyone that's experiencing this, that's coming to this channel for the first time to talk about this stuff, listen, believe me, no one's more nuanced than me. No one's more nuanced than me. Believe me, okay? I think it's important to have nuance. That being said, when it comes to this question of whether, people in the West should support the Democratic People's Republic of Korea or not, what I would say is that America is bad and North Korea is good.
As hellish as North Korea looks from the outside to folks now, the demonization of the place back then was so complete that to make that leap was just, it's inconceivable.
North Korea was viewed by the U.S. as a puppet of the Soviet Union.
Ready to go to Miguel?
The country was led by a revolutionary who was committed to reunifying Korea, by force if necessary. Here he was known and revered as Comrade Kim Il-sung, the great leader. His presence was everywhere. Kim Il-sung declared that the U.S. was the illegal occupier of South Korea.
Vivian, we're
and the
Juche
sworn
gang over
enemy
here.
of the Korean
If you haven't
people.
figured this out.
Dresnach was isolated and in the hands of a people unswerving in their hatred of the U.S.
I mean, to me, it's difficult, I think, to really criticize a country for adapting this ideology that, whether you like it or not, helped free the country from the horrors of colonialism, of Japanese colonialism and Japanese imperialism. And if you look back at what the Japanese were doing in Korea while they were occupying it, it's hellish. It's not really surprising, I think, that people in Korea have rallied behind this ideology, that they connect with the overthrow of this colonialist system and installing a system that's more equitable to other people. And they view it as well as the ideology that helped protect Korea from American imperialism as well afterwards, when Americans came in and murdered 4 million citizens. I don't think it's that outrageous that they look to this ideology and say, this has helped us. This has helped our country. This has helped us attain some semblance of autonomy and independence against these nations, whether it's Japan or the United States, that have tried to control and dominate us militarily or economically. And if I killed everyone in the world, then imperialism would no longer exist. Not every action taken by an anti-Western, anti-imperialist nation is good. But I don't think that's what they're doing, though. I think it's a weird analogy. They're not out trying to overthrow other countries or bombing other countries. I don't really get where that's coming from.
He was surrounded
Let's
by
overthrow U.S.
anti-American
imperialism.
imagery.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing here resembled the life he had left behind.
Dresnok. Who the hell's calling me?
Rob invented nuance, but from here in the Imperial Court, I'm not interested in litigating whether the way North Korea runs their country is 100% flawless. I'm interested in what my country has done to hurt it, and why and how I can stop them. Very nuanced.
I opened my eyes.
Very
I didn't
nuanced,
believe
Steve.
myself. I shut them again. I must be dreaming. I opened them again and looked, and who in the hell are you? He says, I'm Apsher. Apsher? I don't know no Apsher. He says, Larry Allen Apsher. You didn't see in the newspapers? Oh, yes, now I remember. Apsher grew up with family problems, simmered now. But the elder people that were taking care of him supported him very good. He had a little trouble in South Korea with marijuana.
I'm sure we'll end the Korean War. We'll end the demilitarized zone. We'll stop the sanctions and the blockades, and then North Korea and South Korea can have some horizontally organized, stateless, anti-authoritarian society where everyone just all gets along, right? And everything's going to get done that way, right? Is that how that's going to go? Is that a reflection of like utopianism, or is that a reflection of the real world? This is the question. And the historical conditions that have led up to this point. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that this horizontally organized anti-authoritarian utopia is just going to emerge magically. If we just take away the influence of Western imperialism, we take away the influence of the U.S. military. I just don't know. I'm not so sure.
He was caught on it 5 or 6 times. He always had VD. There were.
I highly doubt that too. Okay, great.
Kick him out of the army.
Good.
He was fed up with the social life too, I guess. Instead of going back to his old life, he'd just come over to DPRK.
Private Absher's defection in May 1962 was the first by an American since the Korean War. 3 months later, he was joined by Private First Class Dresnok. Embarrassingly for the U.S. Army, the two men became minor celebrities in North Korea.
Agree,
But
Sam.
even worse was to follow in December.
There's a reason why anti-communist propaganda exists, right? And that the whole effort to undermine the whole effort to undermine that specific understanding of history and society has been like the big no-no if on the Western left, right? You can be a leftist in the West, you can be an anarchist, you can be a social democrat, you can be a left communist, there's all kinds of different traditions you can subscribe to. When you start talking about historical and dialectical materialism, that's when people have a big problem with it. Right? That's the one thing you can't have. There's a reason for that.
1963, when Specialist 4 Jerry Wayne Parrish from Henderson, Kentucky, simply disappeared from a routine border patrol.
Parrish, he had family problems too. He had a stepfather which was an alcoholic. He always beat the mother and the children. And the stepfather thought he was having sexual relation with his stepsister, which was, he said, a lie. And he told me if I ever come home, he'd kill him. I figure he got the information on Apsher and myself crossing over. And he said, well, if they're happy, I guess he could be happy too.
3 GIs had now defected to the communists in 18 months.
3 kings.
Publicly, the U.S. Army absolved itself of responsibility for these defections. These men were low-ranking soldiers from poor backgrounds and broken homes who had been unable to adapt to life in the military. But the North Koreans saw an opportunity. With each defection, they had acquired a higher rank. Their military council now raised the stakes, proclaiming that financial rewards awaited those willing to bring weapons and information over.
I don't think it's accurate to accuse a bunch of communists as abdicating responsibility to make determinations
January
what things ought to be.
1965,
We've thought about
Sergeant
it
Charles
and made
Robert
the
Jenkins,
determinations.
a non-commissioned
That's
officer
right.
from Rich
We've
Square,
put actually
North
great
Carolina,
amounts of thought into this.
abandoned the nighttime patrol he was leading and took his M14 rifle to North Korea. The North Koreans could never have imagined that 4 soldiers of the hated imperialist enemy would voluntarily and separately cross to their side in such a short period of time.
And eventually maybe one entire Twitch community will do that as well. It is far away from Pump Up the Volume mode.
The defection of an officer was presented to the North Korean population as proof of communism's superiority over U.S. imperialism.
This is so cool, this old propaganda.
전 남부선 국군 병사 이수원과 남부선 교전 미군 사사관 젠킨스를 환영하는 모임을 가졌습니다. 의도원 수행을 높이 평가하여 상금을 수여했습니다. 또한 젠킨스는 조선이 분열된 것은 바로 미군의 남부선 강점이 있다고 말하고 미디 침략적 투행을 폭로했습니다.
When I seen Jenkins in the newspaper the first time, I said, now why does an old sergeant like him come to North Korea? He looked like a grandfather. His wrinkles were deep from the time he was young. And come to find out, he wasn't but a year older than myself.
By deserting the army, all 4 men had, whether they intended to or not, signed up to the communist cause. Their decision to defect may have been taken spontaneously, but the act was irreversible. But what could these Americans, who had all dropped out of high school, possibly contribute to the socialist revolution?
These were people that were golden gifts to the North Koreans. By blowing them up as if, these were people who saw the light and wanted to live under the mantle of Kim Il-sung's leadership, the U.S. government, I think, was very sensitive about this. They did not want publicity on these guys, and they still don't. I mean, I don't think now it's a conscious thing, but in the 60s, I think it was quite conscious to play down and hide these defections because they were more embarrassing to the United States than you might think.
North Korea's paradise, where the rights of labor and business are carried.
We could hear the loudspeakers with Dresnok talking.
As under communist system.
It was absolutely appalling that he would do this and turn on the whole United States Army.
Good morning, 8th and 9th Cav. Come over to North Korea. We'll give you everything. We'll give you money. We'll give you women. You'll have everything.
Tell him how it is.
Every day or every week, we would hear him. He was telling us, he had a lot of girls, and they were treating him like royalty. And we knew it was lies. But the younger kids that just got out of basic and they were 18 really took it for heart. And we were afraid that some of them might actually say, hey, this is a good life. Let's go over.
By the way, I just now sent my request to the Quebec City Film Festival. I've requested a press pass to the showing of Oliver Stone's new documentary, JFK Revisited, and the Q&A session at the Quebec City Film Festival. I just emailed them, seeing if I can get a press credentials to get into this event in June. We'll see how it goes. Look what DPRK is building for their people. The housing projects are absolutely unbelievable. Like, I love all the architecture and everything. A lot more stuff to get into. I have to leave in a few minutes though. I've got to leave to go pick up my kid from school. I'm 20 subs shy of the goal. I'm going to take a moment here. What I think I'm going to do, I'm going to take a moment to Fuck, you know what? I can't. I don't have time. I don't have time to shill. I don't have time to shill for the show. What I will do is I will take a brief interlude. I am going to go for 10 minutes to go pick up my kid from school. After I come back, 10 minutes from now, we can continue learning and talking about North Korea and this interesting story of these North Korean defectors. Oh, this is very scary. This North Korean propaganda video with their water park. Oh my goodness. They forced their citizens to go pretend like they were having fun at a wonderful water park. That's terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. That they would force their citizens to do this. Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Folks, don't go anywhere, please. I'm not going to be long. I'll be back in 10 minutes. That's all. I'll talk to you soon. Don't leave. You're not allowed to leave. Talk to you soon. What do you think about these? What do you think about this? Huh? How do we feel about this? Coming in hot. Thank you. Thank you, B-Rat. I just picked these up. I was in Brockville the other weekend visiting my mom. I went to the Walmart. Went to the Walmart in Brockville, Ontario and picked these up. I quite like these ones. I'm glad all our little conflicts and everything are being totally resolved. I gave everyone a 10-15 minute timeout, and I know all the conflicts now been resolved. We're all on the same page now. We're all on the same page. We're all getting along. I'm happy to see it, and I'm happy to hear it. This is what happens when you entertain them. Well, Sinchal, I try to change hearts and minds sometimes. Oh, Red Scare resolved. Okay, good to know.
Some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Well, hello. Well, hello.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I see we agree Caleb sucks.
Hello. Thank you, Kira Chats.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you to Kira Chats.
You're gonna have good
for the
old
raid.
Rob to talk you through all this.
I heard a rumor you made these
bun
tunes.
AYAYA raid bun AYAYA cutie bun 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 AYAY.
I see. See, no, I'm way cooler than this guy. Come on. Wait, where am I? Shit. Here I am. I'm way cooler than this guy. Come on. Come on now. Below the belt. Thank you, Talks to All, for the 16 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Talks to All. Thank you also, Bonbonsu 3PO, for the 8 months of Tier 1.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Why are you cooler? Actually, I don't know. He does look pretty cool. We would need to talk to this guy to see how cool he is. You look distinguished. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Drake Sin, for the Tier 1 sub. And if that was you, Drake Sin, what was it? You say there. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Oh my goodness. Jesus. Drakeson, yeah, I did make these tunes.
You've just become an elite
Number
member
1
of the Friendship Triangle.
And thank you very much, Drakeson. The 10 gifted subs. Oh my goodness, very kind of you. Thank you, Drakeson, and thank you also to Risk in Verse. Thank you to Risk in Verse as well for the 5 gifted subs. Hold on one sec. You ready for this? Hold on.
Wow, okay, Rob? Seriously, wow. Wow, okay, Rob? Seriously, wow.
So, yeah, I didn't mean to turn off the music there. Drakeson, Meaning to make it to stream on Akira Reco. I guess so. Thank you very much, Drakeson, and thank you also, Kira, again for the raid. Kira Chats. Professional diamond tier Twitch streamer, Kira Chats. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was good
We
today.
simply use the computer to mark up
and it's
the
paying off.
size of
My
the account.
community was not subbing.
These shades are really paying off. Should wear them more often. TRRS trustworthy, Rob.
Thank you, Useless. You're right. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. I was sitting here all stressed out. Like, how am I gonna get? Okay, now I have to get above the sub goal. I gotta get my community to subscribe. It's not happening today. Not you, Red Scary, of course. And then lo and behold, I get this raid, and look what happens. Look at the result. Rob had cataract surgery. Thank you. I think these glasses are cool, and other people in the chat think that they're cool as well.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Asking with love. Dot, are you really going to keep the sunglasses on?
You can
Thank
count
you,
on me.
G-Club,
You're gonna have good old
the 200
Rob
friend
to
coin.
talk you through all this.
And thank you, Alana, as well, for the 2 gifted
You can
subs.
count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And look at that, Drake Sin. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. Really coming in here hot. Thank you
We
very much
simply
for supporting me.
use the
Thanks
computer
again,
to mark
Kira
up
Chats.
the size of the account.
Sunglasses look great. TRRS shades.
Thank you, Dakadoon. Thank you for the 200 friend coin. Many people in the chat love the sunglasses. They think this is a good look. Anyway, Drake Sin, I haven't actually released this music. I've linked some stuff in the Discord server. I am going to be releasing some more music soon, but I actually want to get it mixed first. Because I did all this myself, and I'm okay with like creating music and finding synth sounds and playing synth and stuff. Programming drums, I'm good at doing that. I'm not good at mixing. I have no idea what mixing is. I don't know how it works. I have no fucking idea how to mix anything. So eventually I will mix. I've been in touch with some of my old friends from the biz, the music biz, to mix these songs, and then I will be releasing them on like Bandcamp or something. Thank you, Drakeson. I'm glad you enjoy it. Were you shopping alone when you buy these things? Yeah, I went to the Walmart in Brockville, Ontario alone. And I wanted to buy a new pair of sunglasses, and I said, oh, hello. These are affordable and stylish. So... in the biz. That's right. Why don't you want to wear aviators? I don't know. I wanted a separate pair. I wanted a different pair. I like the aviators, but I want to be able to switch it up. These are very much like, I mean, you think that they're like geriatric old dude sunglasses. I think that, to me, these are more like, you know, bounty, like dystopian cyberpunk bounty hunter kind of look. That's more, I think, how I would describe that. It's like a futuristic, cool, like hacker guy, you know? That's more how I would describe that personally. I bet you would look great with a hood on. Absolutely. Yeah. Big time. Mixing just doesn't work. That's the problem. Unless you're a hyper-specialized mixing sorcerer, the mystery shall remain ever concealed. I just don't get it, Ghost.
You can count on me.
I don't understand how it
Rob
works.
to talk you through all this.
Red Scary, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Thanks, Red Scary. I would have said undercover cop. No, it's like cool. More like a cool dude, like a cool, like kind of hacker, dangerous. That's more how I would describe it. They look like the sunglasses they give you when your eyes are dilated for you to wear over your normal glasses. I maintain that the glasses are a hit. If they're not geriatric, explain the thickness of the arms. What, these? These bad boys? Oh my goodness. The sunglasses have thick arms to compensate for the thin arms of the hacker. Iron. Jesus. It's not necessary. Everyone knows that I have huge pythons, okay? This is established. This is canon on this channel. Ripped hacker representation when? Thank you, Drake. Everyone knows that I'm very athletic. Everyone that watches this show is aware of this. Big thons. I do like to pick on Rob, but I do like these glasses on him. Don't make a record of me being nice to him. We're gonna clip and ship that. Lodane likes him. Lodane likes this look. I need to see you at a 3 with these on. Maybe when I go hoop this summer. Maybe when I go hoop this summer, I'll keep these bad boys on. Now I can imagine you in 80s French disco standing at the bar, head bobbing to the music. Too bad my jacket's not down here. If I had my jacket still down here, then we'd be in real trouble. I don't show up in chat for 2 days and this MF starts going off with his pythons. That's what happens when I'm not relentlessly negged. The black leather jacket would be great right now. This is what I'm saying, John. This is what I'm saying. It was down here for a while. I would have to go up and get it. Did you see the insurgents just started a new discussion thread on their Substack? That is so cool. It's so cool in general, the Insurgents podcast, that I encourage everyone to subscribe to. This is actually an interesting discussion point. I'm going to link it here. It's worth asking the question, though. Here's the link to the Insurgents podcast. Subscribe to the podcast. We're recording an episode quite soon, actually, once I finish streaming here. Here's the discussion point, though. There's the link to go weigh in on the Substack. Interesting question, though. Is Biden actually going to do something? I'm guessing no. Will Biden cancel student debt? This seems to me like yet another story of the possibly good thing that they're considering doing, which is why you need to always continue to support them. That doesn't end up happening. Maybe because people are already freaking, like the right is freaking out about this. Economic
you can count on me.
Economic conservatives like within the Democratic Party are freaking out already about this.
Teaching my boy how to play Sonic 3 while resubbing to the Pyramid of Friendship.
Hell yeah, thank you, Sikalufakis. Thank you very much. I'm happy to have you back in the Triangle of Friendship. Not Pyramid. Triangle. Thank you for the 6 months of Prime. Yeah, people are already freaking out about this, though. The right's freaking out about it. People in the Democratic Party are freaking out about it. Probably eventually what it will turn into is like, oh yeah, we've done some kind of means-tested program, exploratory program to determine whether some people might meet the necessary income brackets to have access to possible alleviation of some that it's going to be one of those things, you know? Which I guess is better than nothing. I mean, if it works out, if you've got student debt and you actually get some canceled,
you can count on
as
me
part of this process.
Good old
I'd be very happy
talk
for
through
you.
all this.
Thank you, B-Rat. Thanks for the gifted sub. We can't let people know we can do things. That's right. That's a big deal for them. With caveats where you'll still be responsible for paying them back anyway. Yeah, of course. It's going to be something like that. Or it's going to be, yeah, you still need to vote blue, actually. If you vote blue in this next midterm election, because they're looking at their like underwater approval numbers with like young people especially. They're looking around at that and thinking about something that they can do. But it's probably going to turn into, after, you've got to vote in those midterms. And then maybe we'll talk about it. Maybe we'll see. Maybe after the midterms, we'll take a look at it. Maybe. We'll take a look at a committee to determine the effectiveness of some possible income tax credits on people with student debt that make less than $60K a year and open up a small business in a inner city community. It's going to be something like that. But I do encourage everyone to, number one, subscribe to the Insurgents podcast and to go and participate in this discussion thread. We're starting to do these discussion threads on our Substack page there. Yeah, they don't need Congress. No, this is one thing that he can just do arbitrarily. And live on the east side of a particular road. That's right. Don't make promises you can't keep. Those businesses have to be solvent for at least a few years before they qualify. That's right. We don't get any ideas here that you just need to start a business in one of these impoverished communities. Got to make sure that's profitable as well. We had to take Jindalia. We had to take a break from talking about North Korea, and I had to take a break and start talking about an evil country that I don't like, called the United States of America. So I'm still wearing these, huh? I've kind of forgotten that I'm wearing them now. Oh, you mean the United Snakes of America, kaka. That's right. I do mean that. And anytime that I talk about this country, that's what I'm referring to. Absolutely. Job makers go forth into the impoverished communities and exploit them. Only then may your debts be repaid. Absolutely. Yeah, you got a typo in there. It's all right, though. Anyway, as usual with the Biden stuff with the student debt, I'd be happy to be wrong. You know, if they canceled a bunch of people's student debt, I'd be thrilled for you. I think anywhere, like if you live in the West at all, and like you're someone from like the liberal ruling class is promising something, I guess like whether you're in Canada, United States, UK, France, Italy, wherever you are, when someone in this kind of ruling class proposes something good that sounds like it might be good, I would wait to celebrate until the thing happens. I think that's the main lesson that I've learned about this kind of stuff. The Imperial Core, that's right. When you get these big, bold promises about these possible big positive changes, wait until the ink is dry and the shit is actually being implemented. Then you can congratulate people for proposing it. A lot of people in the political class in the West love getting credit for saying they're going to do stuff and then trying to have you obfuscate or have you forget what actually happened when it came to the actual doing of the stuff that they talked about. Treat it like backing a Kickstarter. When it shows up, then you can get excited. There you go. That's a good way of looking at it. Some of these people have gotten pretty comfortable, I think, in getting praised for saying they want to do the good things. It's really easy to just go out there and say you want to do all kinds of stuff. Justin Trudeau is great at this. If we wanted to, if we look at the stuff that he said, he'd be like the most progressive leader in the history of this country. The work of saying, that's right. He's great at talking about the good stuff. When he talks about the good stuff, he seems very serious. And you're like, oh, this guy seems like he cares about the good stuff. They're great at talking about the good things that they want to do. The trickier part is when the doing the things. That's what these guys kind of struggle with. And Biden didn't even commit. He literally just floated the idea of maybe making a decision some way. Yeah. I mean, it seems very deliberately leaked by probably people in the White House, especially because they know how completely underwater they are in terms of popularity, especially with young people. Yeah, Biden said trans rights one time. Biden talks about how he supports unions. You know? He talks about a bunch of good stuff. While then allowing like the one guy in his own party to completely veto his whole agenda. His whole agenda, which would have been genuinely very transformative. It would have been we could have actually said, wow, that is actually like really like a bold, progressive presidency. Wow, I didn't really expect that. If they had actually implemented the agenda that they campaigned on. But one guy in the party said no, so we can't do it. Shucks. Darn. Can we still get credit, though? Can we still get credit for saying we wanted to do the thing? Can you still keep voting for us? Because we said we wanted to do the thing, though. This is the question. Him calling the war in Ukraine a genocide is insane, however. That is fucking insane, Red Scary. This country, this godforsaken country of Canada, really does love to proclaim genocides all over the place. Except in this country where we live. We don't really like doing that so much. We love to talk all about these genocides that are happening in Xinjiang or in Ukraine or these other places. Oddly enough, though, the genocide that's currently occurring right now in this country that we're directly responsible for. Lo and behold, we don't really want to talk about that one so much. Or when evidence of this genocide gets unearthed, like these unmarked graves, thousands of unmarked graves of indigenous people. When these things start getting talked about, they get unearthed. Well, what do? We lower the flags for a couple of months. We lowered the flags. What more do you want? What more do you want? Come on. And meanwhile, we're still lecturing other countries and we're proclaiming all kinds of genocides all over the place. Hello, Lana. Welcome. Lana, what do you think of my glasses? What do you think about the sunglasses? Cool glasses. Thank you. Thank you, Lana. You look like Blade. Hell yeah. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran with a couple of bad boys. Did you ever see the WCW NJPW show they did in Pyongyang in '95? I've seen clips from it, definitely. It was a pretty amazing crowd. Like, it was huge. The Steiners and Bull Nakano were there. Ric Flair was there, I believe. There are very Terminator glasses. That's true, Gen X Bushy. I should probably put on like my normal glasses and take this off, right? Eventually I gotta take these off, certainly. Do you? Wrestling has been a huge tool for peace between Japan and Korea. It's interesting. My normal glasses, my non-prescription glasses that I do not need to wear. That's right. Antonio Inoki organized another really cool one in the USSR at Lenin Sports Park in like 1989. Are you wearing your prescription glasses underneath those glasses? No, I'm not. Because again, I do not actually wear prescription glasses. The glasses that I wear on this stream every single day are purely stylistic. Okay, I'll be back in 1 sec. What do you think about this as well? What do we think about this? Yeah. That's right. I'm not some old fuddy-duddy. I'm hip. I'm with it. Thank you, Yay Bird. Thank you. This plaid and track band spin is atrocious. Kind of a new thing that I'm working on, actually. It's a new synthesis. It's a new dialectic. He's so hippie too. He's so hip. He uses terms like fuddy-duddy. That's right. That's right, and I'm wearing yellow and blue in solidarity. Absolutely correct. It's the streamer's right to be comfy. So I don't know, like, what else. Like, we were watching this this documentary about this North Korean defector. What's his name again? Merrick? James Dresnock. We were watching this documentary about that. There's like a whole hour left. Like, I don't know if we need to watch the entire thing. I don't know if we need. I feel like maybe we could move on from it. We did have some interesting discussions about that, though, let me tell you. God Drippin' putting on a new album, still a rock star. If I eventually get this mixed, I did get in touch with some of my old music biz friends. I was not exaggerating about that. It's still a big thing to have to like mix all these tracks, though. That's my next big mental hurdle I have to cross. But once I do, I will have this album, and you can all enjoy it. The Rob Show still on had to sneak out and get quad-vaxxed. As a newer person to the inner workings of music production, what is mixing? Because what I've heard sounds professional. It's just the process of like taking all these various sounds and adjusting them. Like your mix is your mix of all your different instruments. And then it's adjusting them, adjusting all the different frequencies to make sure that you can hear everything at every time and it sounds expansive and I don't totally there's a whole kind of science behind it that my brain doesn't work like that. Right? Yeah, like levels, frequencies. I understand playing the keys and making the sounds and making the little bleeps and boops and drum sounds. I know that. When we get into like the frequencies and all this stuff, that's when it starts to feel like math to me. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. I don't want to talk about this. They're knobs. Yeah. Wider, deeper, bassier, brighter movement. Yes. So I have to get someone else that is familiar with this science to do this type of stuff. But math is great. I'm not a math person. Not a math enjoyer over here. We're reading critiques of the Gotha program in the Discord for book club next Tuesday. Get in there. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord, please do join. All kinds of amazing stuff going on in the Discord, including Tuesday night. Yes, I know sound is a frequency. Yes. Tuesday night, we did indeed watch the classic Coen Brothers film, The Big Lebowski, which was very enjoyable. I didn't mention this on the stream because I didn't get to stream yesterday, but we had a great time watching The Big Lebowski on Tuesday. Now get your lousy gold brick and ass out of my beach community. That's not the exact line. We can all just start doing the quotes now. I can see you're not a golfer. We can just start doing all the quotes. Keep your ugly fucking gold brick and ass out of my beach community. Thank you, Ladane. I don't like your jerk off name. I don't like your jerk off face. I don't like your jerk off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk off. I put on 2 layers of self-tanner and my chat barely noticed. Oh no. Chad, come on now. The streamer's putting in all kinds of effort here to change their physical appearance for your benefit and don't even notices. The riffing in the voice chat was very good. I've had a really hard day and I hate the fucking Eagles, man. We should have told chat trolls they're out of their element all day. Yeah, you're right, Sinchel. Just sometimes I can't help but humor these folks. Like I said, I love to change hearts and minds. That's what I'm about. That's what I'm about. I'm about engaging in this kind of dialogue with people that disagree with me ideologically, and I like to try and change their hearts and minds. The streamer's putting in all kinds of effort to appear as if they go outside. Come on. Oh, that's good stuff. No, we just love Caleb Mopan and hate America. That's all we are. Is that what the conclusion to that was when I was away? I didn't see that part. News to me. Yeah, I think he is a hologram. I think that's true. I agree with that. Bellingcat invented him to drive me insane. I think there's something to that. We were looking at MK Ultra earlier, Lana, because Lana, as a fellow Montrealer, we have these like Montreal families that are suing the CIA on account of their family members that were like against their will, pulled into this like fucking horrific brainwashing torture program in the 50s and 60s as part of this MK Ultra program. Maybe there's some kind of connection there with some of these folks. They're ops that are they've been reprogrammed and mind wiped and are being mind controlled by the CIA. Why does everyone always say Bellingcat is a Fed op? Because they took money from the NED. That's why. It's as simple as that. That's not like a conspiracy. Like the founder of Bellingcat admitted to this. And if you take money from the NED, then you're sus forever. Sorry. Them's the rules, unfortunately. If you don't want to be accused of being a Fed up, then don't take money from the NED. And like we've talked about some of the individuals too that are associated with these outlets as well. And it's not like I think every single one of them is like an actual agent, a CIA agent, although that is possible. But it's like they recruit people with a specific kind of ideology to be part of these like new hipster leftist media establishments, right? They recruit a certain kind of person that believes a certain way. Robert, it's not a coup, Evans. That's right.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
No, I know time for some whiz biz, but that's why. And this is the kind of the trick that I've talked about often when it comes to Bellingcat or some similar outlets like Vice News, for example, is that, thank you, B-Rat, for the gifted sub. A lot of these outlets, like Bellingcat included, do really good reporting on like the domestic far right. Right? And they maintain a certain sense of credibility because of the solid work that they do reporting on like far right extremist movements domestically. And they build up this kind of credibility on the left through this kind of work that they do, which can be very valuable. To me, though, and where the CIA stuff begins to become, I think, a big red flag, is when they start talking about foreign policy. And they start talking about these foreign policy issues, and they take this credibility that they have on the left by doing, again, quite quality work reporting on these domestic extremist movements, and they start making pro-U.S. State Department arguments in these foreign policy theaters. But like from the left, though. But with this kind of like edgy leftist credibility, essentially. Yeah, the leftism ends at the U.S. border. I think that's a good way to look at it. Yeah. And so if you're like if you're a news organization and you're, you're using that platform to spout, talking points or push narratives that support the view of the sort of U.S. State Department line, and you take money from the NED, that to me is that's a pretty major red flag, I would say. You could say damning evidence. Yes, you could. I like some Vice content, but a lot of it is sus. Well, it's the same thing. Vice does a lot of good journalism when it comes to domestic extremism in the right wing. And then they go like, they were like doing videos partying with the like extremists that helped overthrow the Gaddafi government in Libya. And like every kind of victim where these operations are taking place, whether it's Libya or Syria or Ukraine, you've got Vice there kind of giving this like hipster cool legitimacy to these like movements, these like on the ground movements in these countries that are ultimately destabilizing the country on behalf of the United States and being paid to do so on behalf of the United States. Yeah, just hanging out with the Nazi bros in Ukraine. Yeah, it's extremely bizarre. So yeah, that's why that stuff is very suspect. What's channel? I don't know what channel 5 is. I don't know what that is. Once again, my elderly status and uncoolness has prevented me from learning about another people that I don't need to know about. I think that some of those guys like Bobo Evans are using their knowledge and connections with the domestic far right as cover for their apologism for the international far right. They like having a domestic far right because it gives them something to launder their image with. Yeah, that's kind of my issue with a lot of these folks. Again, it gives them this cachet or credibility on the left, which they then use to further State Department talking points when it comes to these foreign countries. Take care, Sean Meat. Okay. What else are we doing here? I don't have that much longer to stream, really. I've been going for 4 hours, 420. Been going for 420. You can believe that? The weed number. Fucking. Yeah, absolutely. All kinds of degenerates. Is this like one of those crazy channels? I mean, I guess so. It would have been really crazy if today I had imbibed in any of that kind of stuff, which I assure you is not the case. I assure you. Are we done? I think we're done with the NK doc for today. I just don't have the time to continue. It's a whole hour left. There's a whole bunch of other things I could get into, but I've already been here almost 4.5 hours, so I just don't have. I have to punt. Punt till tomorrow. I think. Well, Drake, join the Discord server. Drake Sin, join the Discord server, and you can get in touch with me, and I can link you to some of the demo tracks that I've done, because I appreciate you coming in here and gifting subs. Is very kind of you, and talking about the music. I appreciate it. Get in touch with me, and I can link you to some of the track. You can get some of the demo, the unmixed, unprofessional demo versions. I'd be happy to link you to some of those. Yeah?
What I heard.
You heard what?
Your friends said something about me.
Who did?
They were playing Fortnite.
What did they say?
I did not. You were looking at a broadcast.
Huh. Did you have fun at school today?
I kind
No one said they didn't like you. That's not true.
Whatever they said, dig it.
Yeah, no one said that about you, buddy. Everyone likes you.
I'm good.
Don't start typing. Don't start typing.
Right, Argman.
Look, it's right. It's written there. Here, see, Argman, Old Dutch in the chat wrote it there.
I'm just gonna.
Let's not start writing stuff down.
I'm just gonna write something.
Now don't start typing. You're gonna mess up the stream, buddy.
No, right arm, my dad.
Okay, look, we'll write it in the notepad. Okay.
What's a notepad?
It's over here. See, look. That.
Yes, I see that.
There you go.
Hey, does anyone want to hear more? I can't hear you.
They're saying yes. Don't play with these.
Okay.
They're all saying yes.
Okay,
What do you want to tell them about? We got to go soon, by the way. This is almost the end. What do you want to tell them about? Don't rub your. What are you doing? You're getting your germs all over the place. Did you ask them if they wanted to hear more without having a plan, and now you're not sure? Is that what's going on?
Hey, there's this supervillain gang league's named the Dr. Medical.
Oh my. Oh, Lodane, yeah, thank you. I forgot to say, but thank you for reminding me, Lodane, and thank you for the gift of the dude character in Fortnite. I was very psyched. What is this? Don't do disgusting sounds.
Who is the dude character in Fortnite?
The guy with like the long hair and the beard. Lodane gifted it. Huh? Do you want to say goodbye?
No.
Well, we don't have to go right away, but I'm going to write here goodbye. We have to go soon.
Ooh, the lady.
Oh.
What? What happened?
I'm putting the goodbye music because we have to go soon. I'm going to put the goodbye music too. Here we go. The goodbye music. Relaxed Fit Jonesy, that's it. Everyone, don't snitch. No snitches. No snitching. You seem kind of tired.
I'm not.
Are you tired today from your day at school?
No.
No, you're not?
Hey, who said a word?
People are saying all kinds of words.
About me. I heard someone saying something about me on my dad's broadcast. Hey, I think X-Fighter had hacked your Twitch, Dad.
That's what you think?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. This is outrageous.
We're done, X-Fighter.
Hold on.
This is it. It's Twitch. Dude, that's the guy I was talking about. That was the guy who I was talking about.
Oh, Dan Simpson?
Yes.
I don't think you said anything about you that was mean, buddy. I don't think so.
I think you did.
Oh my gosh. Do you have a favorite color?
Yes, it's red and blue.
Red and blue.
That's why I like Spider-Man, because he's red and blue.
Okay. Do you have a link to the North Korean defectors doc? Yes, I do. I believe. Yeah, I do. I'll drop a link to that.
Hey!
Narrated by Christian Slater.
Where are you, damn? X-Fighter, show yourself.
We got beef now happening? Why are you licking that? You're getting germs all over. That's disgusting.
I'm not looking at.
Yeah, that's gross. Oh my gosh.
Where are you, damn Simpson?
Jeez. Thanks for watching the stream today, folks. Want to say thank you?
Thank you. X-Fighter is hacking your computer.
We're not doing an angle.
X-Fighter is hacking.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Iron. Thank you for the 500 friend coin. Invest in friend coin. It's the only stable currency left. Buy the dip. Buy the dip on friend coin. What is this face you're doing? What is this? Hodl. Hodl. Apes together strong.
That was so funny.
Why are you so mad at Dan Simpson?
Because I heard him say something.
I don't think he said anything.
Yes, he did.
I really don't think so.
Yes, he did. I really think.
Oh my goodness.
I think he said I was not cool or something.
Buddy, Dan Simpson did not say that you were not cool. That's not true.